there?
Yeah.
Well, praise God. Hi, Ernie there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So summary with this document, like I said, is the most important document in terms of what GAGUT represents. Okay. So to the outside world, special the European supremacy. So now, okay, John, let's see here. Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
What do you need?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, one of the things that I like you to see is number 14, handout 14. Can you see it on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Can Sister Danko, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what about Cy Hearn? Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. I want Sister Egil to read the entry on number 14 for us.
It says Ovidio Kalin and Cheng Chang, geometric mechanics of Riemannian manifold.
That's correct. Okay, that is Riemann. Those people, I believe, are from either no, video, yes, yeah, probably Notre Dame University, or one of those universities. Either case, one of the reason they made it into the list is because of this name here. Can you see that, Riemann?
Yeah.
Okay, Riemann was a student of Gauss. And he also headed the math department at Göttingen University. One of the top students of Friedrich Gauss from Göttingen University. Eventually became the head of the math department at Göttingen University, which is a very prestigious, that's succeeding. He was even there before David Hilbert. And he's the author of what we call the Riemann hypothesis. Hypothesis meaning a guesswork that he proposed to a solution to a problem that is known to be the hardest pure mathematics problem until 1990 when God solved it through GAGUT. So it's one of the miracles that you have to be very clear and conscious about and internalize. So Riemann is a legend. When John gets here, he's going to show you a picture of the page on Riemann. Riemann was a legend. I mean, he died, transformed at the age of 40.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes. How many years ago? 150 years ago, he transformed on. Yes, 1866 is when he transformed on at a very young age. And I think it's one of the reasons why the cutoff date age for giving the Nobel Prize award in mathematics, equivalent award in mathematics, is 40 years old. Because he made so much contribution, and at such age he was already head of the math department, and he did the Riemannian geometry that is being discussed in number 14. So that's another legend whose name and showed up on this top selection of mathematics works. These are legends of mathematics, and he was a direct student of Friedrich Gauss. And Friedrich Gauss, when he was transforming on, 11 years earlier, had literally ordered Riemann to develop a piece of work that he had done but has kept kept secret because he didn't want to entertain controversy, which is what eventually became the Riemannian geometry, or non-Euclidean geometry. But that's something that may be a little too sophisticated for amateurs in mathematics. Normally, when you deal with your coordinates, you're dealing with straight lines that are orthogonal, meaning they're independent of each other. But there's such a thing as curved lines that can be orthogonal or perpendicular to each other at any given point. Yes, so those dynamics of geodesics and so on. So that is where the Riemannian geometry was developed by Riemann. That's why it's named after him. Riemannian geometry. That's part of differential geometry. And I like you all to go on a track where you could reach a level where I can show you how that comes out of GAGUT. Professor Gauss refused to get involved because he knew people were going to be finding it controversial, and so on and so forth. So, and Euclidean geometry is supposed to be the African geometry, where concentration is mostly, orthogonal coordinates that are straight lines because they're easier to deal with and so on. But when they're curved lines, they have a lot of beauties as well. So he ordered, Professor Gauss ordered Riemann to develop it, and he did that, and up came Riemannian geometry. Einstein used the Riemannian geometry to develop the general relativity. Okay? Now, that opened a huge field, incredibly huge field. But if you see how tiny a space it takes within GAGUT, you'll be horrified. Do you understand?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. And so you should have been reading that in some of it in the GAGUT. G2j, comma j equal to 0. Radically unifies mathematics and solves the Riemann hypothesis.
Oh, that brilliant book. Professor, I have a question.
Yeah.
When you talk about the G2j, I was trying to figure out what the 2 means. And
yes.
I was thinking, like, I know how you said it's G2j, and then you have eta sub 0. And then eta sub 0 is G00 and G01.
Yeah.
And then that would be the 2, right? That's when you map the U space onto the other space.
The eta sub 0 space.
Eta of 0 space. That would be the 2 that you're referring to?
Yeah, that's
Eta sub 0.
Yes, eta sub 0 space. In other words, that's what we're going to go over and so on. And you understand, I mean, it's so beautiful. It is so godly.
Really?
That you understand, I can't wait to get every Black person's head into it. Because it's so beautiful, so spiritual. You understand?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So just go back to number 14 for 1 second. So you can see here, but but this is why we have to really we'll hold this particular briefing for election and to remind you all of who you are going to this election, which is like a break in the 2 consecutive terms in the White House by a Black person. And so it gives you a time to, look back at what has just happened, the last 8 years, And then, the change that, what just happened or just happened is about happening, and the various details and so on and so forth as you go into election tomorrow. But you go into election tomorrow and coming out of it with a goal of ending the killing of the black people, the irrational shooting of black people, okay? And all you need to do is to recognize who you are and be able to introduce yourself to your mayor. And then you're going to put the CBC on notice, Congressional Black Caucus on notice. They're not doing much right now, and they haven't really changed much, except for the worse, since 2000 when we invited them to the Capitol Hill or the Senate briefing, and they didn't show up. To go into black colleges. Black colleges are supposed to be participating here. So we will have to send you to go and take over the math department in so-called black colleges if those so-called professors over there are falling down on the job. You understand? They're sleeping on the job. They're not doing their job. They're supposed to be teaching GAGUT and certainly be teaching the Riemann hypothesis. So all those are part of, what's going on with the election. First, we have to deal with whether the so-called black colleges are black colleges or a fraud that is being perpetrated in our names. These are the dynamics, because
the frauds.
Yeah. Yeah. Say it again.
Black college is supposed to be for black kids, and they have all kinds of kids going there now, and they not. I don't think it's just geared towards.
Absolutely.
And they're not teaching nothing but European education, same education. So.
Thank you very much, sister. I think you all heard that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's what's going to be dealt with, okay? Because you see, that's like the Black Lives Matter. You understand? I know they're doing, quite a few things, and some of them are being kicked, and Sandra Bland was in the movement, okay? And they murdered her. But it is a way of preempting, the real deal, which is black lives don't just matter. Black lives are the most precious. So when you start singing the tune, Black Lives Matter, everybody gets into a false sense of security. And say, okay, so we don't need to duplicate it. The other was talking to a church and he says, yeah, we're already supporting Black Lives Matter. We can't do anything more. You understand? They do this all the time. The same thing with the black colleges.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to say black. We shouldn't have to say Black Lives Matter. Of course, our lives matter.
Exactly.
We don't have to put a label on that. It matters to us.
It is the most precious. The lives of black people are the most
person would step in and give us that.
Exactly. So that's a false sense of security and dilute it, watered down, so that you stuck with that and you think, oh yes, everything's all cozy. You understand? So that's a false sense of security that has to be recognized. The black colleges are the same thing. Now, the one black college that was real before it was taken over was Tuskegee.
Yeah.
Tuskegee was real, with Professor Booker T. Washington, and Professor George Washington Carver. They came together, and that was a real university then. It was a Timbuktu in the West. So they dismantled Timbuktu, and they took over Tuskegee. Okay, so we're not going to allow that happen. And you understand, so there's work to be done. But you have to look into this document. In other words, I'm showing you how you've now become the center of mathematics. Do y'all understand?
Yeah.
You are now the center. You are the center of the show here. The celebration here. It's black that is the center. Celebrating the baton, handing of the baton to from Daos to Oyibo. Now, the Riemannian at number 14, like I said before, is important to the next stage of the presentation, which is the Riemann hypothesis. Okay, so so you have to see that Riemann is important, very, very important, very brilliant mathematician. Okay, by seeing him on this list here. Okay, that's how important he is. You know, anybody that was somebody within the ranking of the 52 best, okay, or 28 greatest in pure mathematics, and 24 greatest in the computers, computer application, computer science, are listed in here. Okay, so but black people are in the center. And of course, pure mathematics is in the center. It isn't computer science. So that also has to be understood. That's why week 26 is for pure. And GAGUT is the purest of pure mathematics. That also needs to be understood. The pure, so-called pure mathematics is geometry, and that's all GAGUT is, geometry. You know, the study of God. You know, because God is the one unbounded space-time. That's geometry, space-time of intelligence that we call the universe. So geometry, therefore, is the study of space-time. Now, so you've now seen how we rank worldwide. We are number one. Has everybody seen that? Has everybody seen that?
Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to go now. So now we know that Riemann was a student of Gauss. And his work is so important, even though it's not, you know, an author, but Riemannian manifolds is a credit to not only Riemann, but Göttingen and Gauss. So that's listed as some of the important. It's ranks number, you know, week 14. You know, and so that's very important work. So now we're going to go now to, with this at the back of your minds.
Professor, one more question about this.
Yes, go ahead.
What ranking would be the other ones, like at 27, 28, 29?
That's a good question. Yeah, what happens is what you call a bell curve, which is triple. Yes, it's also associated with Gauss, the bell curve.
In statistics, you may not know that.
Yeah, the bell curve.
Statistics.
In statistics, you know, what happens is that, or for that matter, any curve that has a turning point. But the bell curve in this case is that it's evenly symmetrical around the, you know, around the line going
The median point.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. It would be negative then. They would be the negative.
No, they'll not be negative. In other words,
the bell curve has a critical point at the center, which is the actual median of the value. Median means at the middle, the center. Everything to the left or right is what you would consider a standard deviation from that median.
Right.
The bell curve is symmetrical, so if you go to the left or right, no matter what unit, like if you go 1 to the left, right, it's 25. You go 1 to the right, it's 27.
Yeah.
They're both at the same level, but still below the central median point. You understand that?
Yes.
In other words, 26 is there in a class by itself. 24 and 20.
No, 25 and 27.
Sorry, 25 and 27 are rank equal.
Got it.
You understand? And,
That's
you know,
wonderful.
and 24 and 28, the same. You understand?
That's
Okay,
wonderful.
So, but GAGUT is in a class by itself.
Precisely.
All right? But that's a
Wow.
good question, and that gives another dimension of the act of God here.
Woo.
You know, so when we say, you know, in other words, we could have been sharing a position with somebody else. No, God didn't say that. We're in a class by only God is above us. Okay? Only God is above us. That's what that scripture, you shared that scripture today?
That was in the beginning. Hearn wasn't there for that. But
Okay, that scripture said, Oyibo is closer to God than any other creature. So, that's, you understand?
Yeah, he's saying even Muhammad. He's referencing even above Muhammad, the prophet.
Absolutely.
And above Jesus Christ.
And above Jesus and everything, you know, because...
And all of them. None of them had a theorem.
Yeah, because see, the dynamics, the negatives, one of the negative sides of religion is the emphasis on dogma and where you can't question. You know, GAGUT doesn't have that part, you know. So when GAGUT makes a statement, it's open for anyone to criticize or challenge. So in this case, the definition of a prophet is the same thing as a professor.
Right.
A prophet and a professor have the same meaning, you know, in the sense that what you're professing as a prophet is supposed to be a God order, a God statement, in other words, an infallible truth.
Right.
Unfortunately, that, you know, you understand, degenerates to some kind of low level where they slap you with a dogma instead.
Moralism.
You understand? And precludes you totally from questioning it. And then say, believe it because they say it comes from God without any proof. You understand?
With the Bible, they tried to twist it from.
That, yes, and it's full of, yeah, that's what is sad, and that's why God sent, one of the major reasons God sent it. So from now on, anybody that tells you something comes from God, you will tell him God teaches you, that God has, you know, commanded you in the name of God to prove it comes from God.
I'll just tell them, no, I don't think I didn't think I put anything out like that.
That's right. Because what happens is, you can't say something comes from God unless you can prove it is infallible.
Right.
That's the only way it can come from God, because God doesn't use any other language other than infallible, you know, statements. 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 comes from God. It's a God order. So, because you can prove it, it's infallible. And that's what GAGUT is. 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 comes directly from GAGUT. And that's the basis of it being correct. Without GAGUT, 2 + 1 - 3 cannot be equal to 0. And everything that you've learned in addition and all that, you know, that is correct comes out of GAGUT. So therefore, all those are God order because they're infallible. That's, you know, so all those infallible things that you know of come out of GAGUT directly. And so that's the basis of GAGUT. It is infallible. Therefore, it is called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. So there's no chance for an error in declaring it as coming from God. So the only thing God can be proven to have written is G.I.J, J = 0. And eters of infinity. God wrote those because those are infallibly correct. Can you all follow?
Yes.
Yes. That's the only thing that's real God order. That's the thing that this came from God for sure, because they are infallibly correct. And the rigorous proof You know, it's shown in so many ways in the GAGUT, GIJ, comma j equal to 0, radically unified mathematics. The proof is in there and a few other places, very loud and clear. That's why the book is you understand, it's being sold at such a very high price. Because there has not been anything like this before. That's why it's #1 here. So, but it's going to take you a while before you digest such a huge, overwhelming stuff. A black man with all the N words that you use about us now comes out on top of the whole world. You understand?
Yes.
It's right here. It's right here before your eyes. You can see the class he's in with. Okay, successor to some Professor Newton, you know, successor to Professor Euler, successors to Professor Gauss himself. And Gauss has been celebrated. The centerpiece is GAGUT. It's an act of God. It can't be anything else. That's why it's called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. It is infallibly correct, as in no chance of errors whatsoever. That's the only thing that God has designed to be that way. So this is how solid our being ordained the chosen people is how firm it is. It can change past, present, and the future. So slavery is nonsense. Slavery can never be real in that kind of environment, because if you call us, and so for all of us, we have to make a note of that. For you to get conned into using the term slave for our legendary ancestors is really calling God a slave. Did you know that?
Yes.
The only way you can call black people, any black people, slaves, with intelligence level that's only surpassed by God, is you saying God is also a slave, because you've turned the thing upside down. Because the people with 19 IQ, that is the lowest in the human ladder, you're calling them God, then the real God is in the bottom. And that they are enslaving black people, that means God is not even qualified to be their slave. That's an upside. That's not real. Can you all see that?
Yes, we see that.
The only way you can call black people slave is if you call God a slave, or worse than a slave. It's the worst disrespect you can give God. So I'm a God's messenger. I cannot allow you to do that. So you're going to change your vocabulary. You may use the word terminology, prisoners of war, but even that, it was an acting. There's no way anybody can enslave black people.
Yes, the word slave meant Slavic, means Caucasian slave. So they gave us their identity and took our identity.
Well, precisely, because the 3/5 dynamics is an inversion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I just described to you.
Right.
It's only if you have the world upside down that you can call black people slaves.
Right.
And in that case, God is worse than a slave.
And Dr. Oyibo.
Yes.
Something that's been on my mind about, I know that Pangea, when the whole land was one.
Yes.
And I was thinking, could possibly, when it broke apart, these dimensions, these realms broke apart too. That's why we have realms and open realms in different spots, certain spots.
Yes.
And they're broke apart, like the land is broken apart.
Yes. Yes. Well, that dynamics is being studied, but there are quite a few things now that GAGUT is available that could be examined in more details.
Right.
You know, for example, the Bermuda Triangle and all this other stuff. You know, all those can be visualized now within the GAGUT and with a clearer, more solid kind of understanding. So go ahead.
And every plantation, so-called plantation, is haunted, which means hauntings are nothing more but people in a different realm. When they pass away from this realm and they go to the next realm, it's many realms, but they are in another realm, different than us.
Yes.
And they can communicate.
Yes.
And but I noticed that in specific places, it's like they're held prison there until judgment time, they say.
Mm-hmm.
They tell me, when I was speaking to these spirits recently, they said judgment, they're not, and then I was around other Caucasians and they called them enemies and they called them, they should fear them. And then they told me when I got home, they said, they fear me and I'm itself. They said itself. I said, why? And it said itself. I didn't understand that.
Yes. Well, you know, the whole thing is that when you have the truth loud and clear, sometimes it gets people scared.
Right.
Especially bad guys who have been thinking that they've gotten over.
Right.
You know, with all this. So that's why you hear some of these worries being expressed like, is this God? If God was a just God, what has been done to black people is going to the people are going to be punished for it, and so on. And so obviously that is saying that people didn't think God was a just God. You know, so therefore, but it's unfolded. It takes a lot of challenge for the Germans. It takes a lot of guts in terms of intelligence to be able to rank the black people who have been stepped down on for 2,500 years as now the chosen people. So that journey is all worth it, whatever sufferings we endured. This is the time to bring our people back together, including going to Suriname and Guyana, in the jungles over there in South America and then in Brazil. And, you know, playing the drum and getting them back from the jungles. And saying, it's time now for us to rule the world. The way God wants us to run the world, on God's behalf, in terms of being a symbol. That's what remains to be done now. Because a lot of horrors have happened and we've endured by the power of the Almighty God, you know, with a lot of sense of humor, you know, with a lot of soul music, you know, Mahalia Jackson's, you know, you understand. You know, a lot of painful moments, but, you know, legends developed in the process. You know, Nat Turner's and Emma Vesey's, and, you know, Gabriel Prosser, and all those legends, Marcus Garvey, you know, and Shaka Zulu, and my own grandparents, you know, like Pata Gala and Pata Amaga. That was a legend. He had this war with Queen Victoria for years, and he transformed on my great uncle, great uncle, Pata Amaga. They tried to kill him. They couldn't do it. They killed his father. That's my great uncle Ekelaga. Pata Ekelaga was assassinated using black agents of Jim Crow. You know, when he was sleeping in the palace in his bedroom, they snuck in there and covered his head with a hat full of pepper and suffocated him to death. They were hired by Jim Crow. And but the son, my great uncle Ekelaga, when after burying his father, you know, like a pharaoh, you know, mummified and everything, he gave them a message, said, gee, he was a young man then, and says, wait until I come on the throne. You're going to regret what you've done to my father. That's a legend that each time I think about it, I know that these are my bloodline, these are my immediate relatives. I feel it in my veins. It is such a proud, you understand, it is, you know, those are legends. And he actually lived to deal with the Jim Crow in ways, that's why they stole his picture. Pata Amaga, every black person must remember the name. Of course, there wasn't any history on him, especially for the diaspora, not even within Nigeria to understand. Only we who are close relatives understood his story. Okay, they eliminated everything about him, including his picture. We have a picture of his father, but his picture we don't have. So it's the duty of every black person, and black people in Britain especially should be alerted. So we're encountering the royalties in England in more than one way. The grandfather of the same queen, because he was, Queen Victoria was the queen then.
Right.
Okay, so my great uncle, Pata Amaga, transformed on in 1900. 1 year later on, Queen Victoria herself transformed on. But they were engaged in a war for all that period, especially, you know, come the Berlin Conference dynamics. What it did to them is incredible, absolutely. So he and his son. So I understand, you know, there's a lot, but like the dynamics of the war here. See, our ancestors are disrespected everywhere.
Yeah.
The legendary dynamics from the Black Wall Street destruction to the crash on the Wall Street. Only GAGUT could make the connection of what the reality, because the propaganda machine is handled by the non-black. So they told a story that makes them glamorous, that makes them to be victors, and yet could not explain the crash. It's what happened in the crash. You understand? The dynamics of what happened to the crash is kept a mystery, but it cannot hide from GAGUT. Sai-Hern, are you there? You can't hide anything from GAGUT.
Yes, sir. I love that story.
You understand? So GAGUT decoded it very loud and clear. Black people responded to the Wall Street. The Black Wall Street destruction was responded to by, you know, by what happened in the Wall Street, you know, the non-black Wall Street. You understand?
Yeah.
Black people are not people to be messed with.
Yeah.
What is happening is because of the stolen legacy in terms of making sure the history of the realities are erased. You can feel your power, is what it is. Okay? Amaga's story is one none of you have ever heard before. It's one of the biggest things that has happened in the last, you understand, last 300 years. The encounter of that Pata Amaga. He kicked their behinds. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. The son was a legend. He had a plantation created for Jim Crow, you know, in the place near where I was born. You never heard any black person has a plantation for non-blacks before, right? That happened within my family. Aqua Garu supervised a plantation near Ida where I was born, where folks were captured from the Queen Victoria forces. Okay, were put in there, you know, to really experience how it feels to be tortured as a prisoner of war. You understand?
You said he wanted the Germans, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You understand? So, but if you hear such a story, it empowers you, but so to make sure you don't hear that. You understand? That part is so critical. One more reason why you can't disengage from GAGUT even for a second. Because GAGUT lets you see things that you will never understand. Everybody, you know, when you ask, gee, well, you know, the Black Wall Street was destroyed. I said, we're babies, you know, running with our, like chickens' head. And when people like legendary Nat Turner, you know, you understand me? You understand? Nat Turner is like Aquagaru. That's very, very similar. You understand? So they had the nerve to come to the shores of Ida with their gunboats and everything and began to shell the town. That's where the Patah lives. Right on a hill, on the cliff. The palace is not very far from the cliff. So it's very beautiful. It's like if you ever in New York City, you know, the bridge, the George Washington Bridge going to New Jersey. There's a cliff that is similar, except the one in Ida is taller, is higher. You know, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So it gives one to be able to survey from a long distance if you have enemies coming across or coming near you. You understand? So between the Patamaga and his son, General Aquagaru, they set up a plantation in a town called Achokpa, Keffi, Keffi. That's where these folks were made to experience what it is to be taken prisoner of war. And of course, like I said, as a result, they stole his picture to make sure no Black person ever sees the picture. Because looking at Patamaga's picture is going to energize you so huge. But I share his blood. Do you understand? You understand? The blood runs in my veins. That's my great uncle. Okay? Because my grandfather was Omajali, the son of Okenyo. Okenyo was the son of Abuya. Abuya was the son of Ogala. His grandfather is Ogala, Pata Ogala. That's Gala. Because his father is Ekelaga. Ekelaga, the son of Pata Amaga. I'm sorry, Pata Ogala. You understand? That's my family, direct family member. So I got his story first in terms of through the family, in terms of the documentation and everything else. So, but you know, by stealing his picture, okay, that's supposed to erase all that, but it's very fresh in my memory, and every time I tell the story, it's documented. You understand? Shaka Zulu was something, but this is something bigger than Shaka Zulu because he really took these people on and whipped their behinds real good. So, so in other words, and that is the name Gala is what really tells it. Just like the Maroons and the Galas and the Gitches in South Carolina, those are the folks that really are in tune with these legacies of our past in terms of the blessing of God, in terms of being an invincible people. Now, we didn't always do reckless life destructions. Very rarely do we do that. But we use our genius in turning any opponent around. And in the process, we're able to educate them. That's what we do, which is consistent with the blessing us of GAGUT. Because if we were to focus on the destruction act, I just told you, just like Carver had an opportunity to, you understand, he could have allowed the people in the South to, go, into starvation.
Because Dr. Oyibo.
Yes.
Because we're chaos, and out of chaos comes order.
Yeah, there's some kind of, see, what happens is, it's consistent with what is called the transient.
Mm-hmm.
The transient can be likened to chaos.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, God didn't design a chaos.
Right.
Chaos is a deviation from the steady state or the normal situation, the calmness and the order. You know, and so Minister Brown, who videotaped the account in Nigeria in terms of the GAGUT Global series of lectures, you know, he indicated, he said, you know, there was a very, very, very tough and very ruthless attacks on GAGUT for 30 days. But he said when the dust all settled, only GAGUT was left standing. Mm-hmm. You understand? So there was chaos all that period. Everybody was trying to see, you know, like the Indian Professor Singh, like Brother Sai saw some clips on him.
Uh-huh.
You know, he came there very prepared. He organized an entire department to go after GAGUT. In fact, when the thing began to heat up, the one Uncle Tom, who was supporting him or sitting right next to him, he got up and he moved away from him. I mean, if you knew what was going on, you would laugh, you know, because he came in as a person was going on, and then his own colleague, another Indian professor, who, because they prepared and actually distributed the questions, they were hoping we're just going to shoot down GAGUT. Mm-hmm. So the Indian had his own part. So when things really got Singh himself to the corner and, you know, really hammered in thoroughly, he began to look for reinforcement. So he looked back to the other Indian professor and said, hey, come on now. You all see me drowning? Come on, give me a hand. What are you waiting for? So the Indian was so terrified himself, you understand? Mm-hmm. So in terms of him trying to ask a question, he dragged his hand up. He really didn't mean to ask a question because he knew he was going to be treated like the others. Do you understand? Uh-huh. It was a very godly encounter.
Brilliant.
The battle with the righteous and non-righteous.
Oscar worthy. It was amazing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad you were able to see. See, sisters need to watch, you know, get go over that. And Sister Edgil, I wanted him to see the Riemann, and this is a background of Riemann because you have to know who Riemann is.
Okay.
You understand? You have to know who Riemann is, and then by extension, I give you a little thing, you know, trying to, you know, connect with Sister Danker's position in terms of what happened in the past, you know.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. But we're not a small set of people. We were never losers, never. Do you understand? If you saw us in a place that looks like we're losers, no, we're acting, you know, through that chaos so that order, which the sister was talking about, you know, comes. We're now time for the order.
Yes.
Okay? The chaos is a transient stuff.
We're tired of acting.
Thank you. That makes my day. That's what I like to hear. There's no time for acting anymore. We're tired of acting. You know, there's no room. A brother once, you know, cracked me up, you know, somewhere in the New York City. Those days we used to go and engage our people in downtown Manhattan. And there was a place called Jacob Jarvis Center, one of the largest buildings I've seen, at least, you know, lengthwise. You know, it's a center named after a Jewish politician or senator. And so, you know, we used to run into our people. You know, they organize national things. Farrakhan comes over there and so on. So we went over there we're campaigning. We're doing the computer literacy campaigns during that period. So we go in and engage our people. So a brother who was part of our initial organization, Ed Evans, Professor Ed Evans, who was dean from City College. And so after a while, we hadn't seen him, and he was kind of quiet. And so we ran into him one day, and I said, Brother Ed, how you doing? You know, he says, fine. You know, so how is the king in the city college? How are things going on over there? He says he wouldn't know. I said, oh no, what happened? He said he left city college. I said, why? He says, I got tired of thumbing my ass off. I got tired of thumbing. I didn't want to thumb anymore, so I left, I left over the place, and I'm not doing something more real. So that's kind of consistent with what you just indicated. We're tired of acting. There's no room for acting anymore because God is tired of us acting. That's why these dynamics are on. So election tomorrow is just a beginning. Whoever goes in there must hear from you in terms of what needs to be done.
Professor, I don't know if you've answered it about the election. Who's going to win?
Well, the answer, in other words, I didn't answer directly in terms of who and who, because it really doesn't matter much who wins for us.
Right.
Because both of them are GAGUTical candidates in the sense of being secondary. The real candidate was Ben Carson. Ben Carson was designed to win. But because of his own limitations, by being a Seventh-day Adventist, where there's a whole lot, a little bigger level of indoctrination beyond the regular religious dynamics, you understand, he was egged out. He was conned out by Trump. So that left second-class candidates. Clinton, who is associated with, she presented GAGUT on the Capitol Hill. And of course, she was challenged by Hollins from South Carolina, who has been there forever, as being anti-Black, to say the least. Okay? So she gave Clinton a challenge when she was presenting GAGUT, and so on and so forth. So Clinton therefore did, she knows about GAGUT. She presented GAGUT herself on the Capitol Hill. So that makes her connected with GAGUT. Now, Trump has not done anything directly with GAGUT, but Trump is a German, and he owes allegiance to Göttingen. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he is not going to overlook this by any stretch of imagination. And the Germans, as a single set of people, have understood GAGUT better than any other non-Black, groups of people. That's why they have it. This is the greatest recognition of GAGUT is what is in here that you're saying.
But Professor, you know who's going to win, though.
Yeah, I know who's going to win, but within a GAGUTical dynamics. Within a GAGUTical dynamics.
Right. And it doesn't matter anyway, because without the power, they cannot
Thank you.
instruction to the Black.
Absolutely. They're also aware. In fact, the DTIC is something that America inherited from Germany. So Germany is very big, and the third part is the experiment which the Black people are supposed to supervise in terms of taking GAGUT to another level of military development was sent on to Russia without my permission. And after, writing a letter to Obama through the Joint Chiefs, eventually, and that was what really empowered Putin. That experiment at Dibna, where they in fact began the verification of the Afro-Trojan bomb through GAGUT. So after I made such a point, and I told them, look, I'm very, very, very angry and disappointed, and so on. So eventually they pulled it from Russia and brought it into Germany. So you have to gather speed, because although we've had our Manhattan Project already in the 90s, which helped win the Cold War through GAGUT, that's what I was sharing with you all earlier. So I had seen that in another presentation, which is the Pentagon report. And it was one of the biggest stamp of recognition there was the DTIC selected. That DTIC was one of the huge components of the German military during the Second World War. So that was copied by America and the rest of the Allied forces. They certified that project as one of the best for Pentagon. So it puts the black stamp on the Pentagon. So anybody who is elected tomorrow is going to deal with that. But what is most important is you being aware of that and conduct yourself along that line. That's part of your credentials. Just like the E minus MC squared is equal to 0 was or continues to be part of the Jewish credentials. You can't sit by and just cry, you know, babies. You have to go to the president, whoever is elected, because they need your vote in order to be elected. But what is more than your vote is your reality in terms of your introduction of yourself, who you are as a race of geniuses. And just like the Germans, although they represent the Europeans, but their unit was ruling America as president up until Obama in 2008 because of Gauss. That's who you see the picture here. So Gauss handing a baton over to me means the black people are now supposed to play that role the Germans have been playing. This is what you need to understand. Now, Clinton obviously will have some kind of relationship with the German piece through Queen Elizabeth or through England somehow. But Trump's is direct to Germany. And he knows the position of Göttingen. So if he wins, you're going to be sitting down with him, but you have to be prepared for that. Just like I told you, Sir Hearn, you got to engage the students in those top universities around you in California.
Yeah.
What's in your hand is too powerful for you to not engage in that. That's where the battle eventually, gets back to. Okay? They need to know from you that they are teaching special ed. And we've communicated with UCLA, but if you understand, the students need to know what's happening to them. They've been taught special ed and been charged lots of money because they're trying to go around and try to steal GAGUT. You're not going to sit by and allow that happening. And the black schools, like Sister Danko confirmed very loudly, they're fraud. They're not represent. They're just messing up our name for nothing. There's no black school that is going to go against GAGUT. A school that does not teach GAGUT to black children cannot be a black school. So
we would be learning our ancient ancestors' knowledge.
Exactly.
At the black colleges. And it would be a whole new, it would be in the form where we're learning now, but not backwards, upside down.
Absolutely. So therefore, the message to them will be either you teach GAGUT or you remove the word black from your name.
Right.
Because, black is GAGUT. And GAGUT is black. And it's a totality of knowledge. So the mere fact of you going against or shying away from GAGUT is a proof of your fraud, like Sister Danko said. So, but you understand, as parents, for example, We need, Sister Danko, for example, in Virginia, Maryland area, in terms of Hampton too. Hampton so adamantly against GAGUT. So is Howard. So you're going to play a role of a parent of a black child that goes into that school, and you're going to make demands to say, look, teach GAGUT or remove yourself from the list of black colleges.
All right.
That's an ultimatum that the parent who pays the tuition to go to high school must give the university.
Right.
You understand? They're supposed to be, none of them, not a single black person has attended, black professor of mathematics has attended the GAGUT briefing in this country. Not a single one. You understand?
But they'll attend the Jim Crow.
Exactly. Yes, which is a fraud against, that's a crime against humanity. And that brings us, in other words, Clay is like the ICC, international so-called brother from Africa, what is called the International Criminal Court. He said the proper name is International Caucasian Court. But where they castigate black leaders and disrespect black people. And black people are waking up very slowly, but they seem to be seeing some light. And so a lot of fraud is going on globally. But that's, you can see that very clearly through GAGUT, which is why the briefing is extremely critical. Okay? So that's a summary there. You know who is on this list. Anybody that's at the top level is in here, as far as mathematics goes. But you are on top of all of that. It's something nobody was dreaming was ever going to happen, especially from Göttingen University. So that's the summary of that. So now we're going to go. So now, Riemann proposed a hypothesis. And then we're going to go into what is considered a hypothesis. John? Yes, okay. You ready? So, this is an extremely important place on a global level. Especially connection with the last two so-called world wars. The ultimate war was the one for GAGUT. And that's what God used me to fight. You understand? And we have the victory. As you can see, that's the decision of that war. You all understand?
Yeah.
We are the winners, hands down. Okay, so get down to the Riemann hypothesis. Any questions, please don't hesitate. So as I heard, the thing is, it really didn't matter. What matters is how you deal with the people. The two parties know about GAGUT. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You see, in other words, predictability is based on things going on GAGUT path. Now, although we can always factor in the inconsistencies and so on and so forth, but what's important is the response to that. So it doesn't matter who wins. If you look at it in one dimension, the right wings have a lot of momentum. There's a tendency to try to shy away. In other words, somebody talked about Democlican or something like that. In other words, Democrat and Republicans are the same. You understand? So the whole idea of having them looking like both are different is a propaganda in terms of public relations. There's no much difference in between them.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. Thank you. So on that basis, therefore, Clinton or Hillary Clinton, so Clinton or Trump, you understand, they have to follow the script, but the script is what has been, political script or those dynamics are what have been already revised. by God through GAGUT.
Mm-hmm.
So
could they be blood connected? They are blood connected anyway. They are.
oh yeah. That is part of the dynamics of how the presidents have been selected over the last hundreds of years.
The blood connection.
Yes, you have to be an Anglo-Saxon white, Protestant West.
Right.
And that particularly got to be related either through the Queen of England or directly like Trump. I don't know what the immediate connection between Trump and the Queen of England, but he's German, and he owes his allegiance to Göttingen and the German people direct. So therefore, all you need is to tell him about this document, Göttingen. He will understand. He has no choice, because the orders actually come from Germany. You understand? Yeah. That's what happens when you have a German president. Just like they have orders to Britain come from Germany. Okay? Because of Queen Elizabeth. It's German. So the Germans has been ruling the world. I told you of I don't know if a few years back I got a call from a German in this neighborhood, and he says, well, Professor Oyibo. I say, yes, well, did you think we lost the war? He was talking about the Second World War. I said, oh, no. I know he didn't lose the war. You understand? Then he says to me, well, who do you think owns Rolls Royce? I said, of course, you Germans do. And then he said, what about the one here in America, the third auto company? Chrysler. Who owns Chrysler? Of course. I say, you do. I understand. So he say, we don't get angry, we get even.
Right.
So the Germans, so therefore, and that's why this piece on them from Göttingen is extremely important. It's one of the most powerful documents ever presented. It's not a joke at all. Okay? This is extremely important. So whoever, in other words, that's why in an engagement with the BBC that is perpetrating fraud, when they realized we are aware of that document, they couldn't wait to run away. John and I were listening to them when we told them they're committing fraud with putting up Kwame. They claim that Kwame solved this problem after it has been solved for 25 years. So you understand, through GAGUT, which is one of the reasons why you have to be intimate. You have to really understand as much as you can from this development. Now, the problem is called Riemann hypothesis. Now, you can remember, you saw that on number 14 on Göttingen list, right? Riemann. Do you remember seeing Riemannian manifold that Sister Agil read for us?
Yes.
Okay. Remember that, Sister Agil, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you see the name? That's the name you were reading before in terms of Riemannian manifold on that list, right?
Yeah.
That's the same Riemann. Mm-hmm. He guessed a solution to one mathematics problem, that's now called a Riemann hypothesis. And it was posed in 1859. And 7 years later, he transformed on at the age of about 40. And he had a problem with tuberculosis. And so he and his student, college. Now, so he had served at the head of math department at Göttingen, the same school with Gauss, before he transformed on. So the problem has to do with a mathematics function. Now, Sister, what was the highest level of math courses that you ever took? Did you take any it's beyond high school? Hello?
Miss Edgefield?
Oh,
Yeah.
Miss Edgefield.
I'm right here.
Did you? Well, okay, what's the highest level of math you ever took?
Math in high school? Mm.
Okay. All right. So you took some courses in high school math, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how about Sister Dankwa?
I took trigonometry. I took
Wonderful.
most of college.
You took some. You took some in college.
Yeah, I took similar to what you're showing.
Oh, okay.
We had algebra too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Anyway, what's happening is you don't have to be a PhD mathematician to follow, but you know you're going to be given this material, and in the end you're going to say geometry. You understand? And the Rasta brothers talk about Jah. You understand? and they do reggae thing for us, and everybody just goes along, you know. So that's the flow of the dynamics of African spirituality. They're using the proper vocabulary because Jah is the word for God. As a matter of fact, Jah is mispronounced because the J and the G are the same letter.
Right. Because there were days then.
Exactly. So when you say Jah, you say God.
Yeah, God.
So the God, in other words, is the same. You know, the non-blacks mispronounce the Jah and they call it God. So God comes out of the Jah. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
That's how GAGUT decodes history. That's GAGUTical history. You can't touch that. Because you use geometry, that's geometry. The letters are, are geometry. So anyway.
And English is nothing but a coded language when it came over here to America.
Exactly.
Moors taught the Caucasians how to speak.
Absolutely. And then when you get into Gallia, that's Gala. As in Gaul, in French they call it Gaul, G-A-U-L, that's Gala. In Latin, it's called Gallia. Or, you know, you come to the Celtic, they call it Gaelic. All those are Gala dynamics. The invincible people. And it has a similar meaning. That tells us, you know, the trail of blackness. So, you know, this is not a joke. Now, so this problem is about a function called zeta function. Okay? So the title of the paper is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, GAGUT. Gij, j equal to 0 has revealed proven solution to the Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics millennium problem by yours truly. Now, clear is a fraud, absolute fraud.
Oh, okay.
They appointed themselves they are appointed by their own people, by Jim Crow, to set up a counter to GAGUT. That's what the organization is about, because in 1990, where GIJ was revealed, the total theorems, and once the États urbains was produced, it solved all problems. That's what I was going on with. You know, you don't have to understand the details. You just go with the flow of the summaries that I'm giving you. Do you all understand?
Okay.
Every theorem is embodied in the Gij, j equal to 0. There cannot be any theorem beyond that.
Okay.
So, and the proof of it is the solution in terms of États urbains. États urbains proves every theorem. So, Riemann is looking to establish a theorem here with a function called zeta function. And that theorem has to do with that is expression of zeta function in this equation that I'm circling right now. Can you all see that? Okay, know that when the Greek letter is just an alphabet, like the end of this alphabet here, it looks funny and it scares people, except you're a mathematician and you know that it is nothing. It's just a symbol.
Oh, okay.
That is denoting a function. A function. When you put a comma there, you're putting something as a function of a smaller function, a more fundamental function. In this case, S. It's defined by what is called a series. The summation sign is also something that is supposed to be
sigma. Funny looking E is a sigma sign, which indicates a finite sum of a particular number of terms that are denoted from the bottom number up into the upper number.
That's the bottom number here, too, for infinity.
Yeah.
So it's a short way of writing something that is very extended and has no end. So you use that summation on what looks like an E, it's a summation sign. Again,
it's the letter sigma.
Sigma in the Greek. Okay? So that's all that is. It shortens the writing that series. It's called infinite series. A series is when you add a number 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 and all that. That's called a series. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, this one is a different term. It's not just whole number. It's a fraction, and it's further complicated by a power here, which is S. Okay, S is supposed to be defined by this. That's what is called a complex number or a complex function, a fundamental complex function. Now that comes out of a sub 0. You understand? I could talk on this topic for days without stopping because it's so beautiful. Now this S which is used, and a whole lot of attention has been paid on it in geometry, is a little piece of one tiny item of GAGUT, which is, it comes out of eta sub 0, but it's a very special case of eta sub 0. What you saw today was eta sub n, and eta sub 0 comes out of eta sub n with n equal to 0. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor,
So go ahead.
When you were talking to Paul Garabedian, didn't he call you crazy? Trying to
May so rest in perfect peace. That was quite an experience. Paul Garabedian asked you to come because I said, what about the case where, you see, in this case, in other words, for them, I mean, in other words, that pulls out the general function of eta of 0 and puts them as one class called a class of waves. That's a fundamental reality that represents all forms of waves. That's what eta of 0 is. So, in the development of mathematics, especially with Gauss and the non-blacks, they just went out and then took this piece here and said, well, what happens to a function of this subset of eta sub 0? With GAGUT, this dynamics falls out automatically from Gij, comma j equal to 0. It forms out, and it forms a whole class of geometry. So what non-blacks had to do was they started, they're reversing the process. This function, I say, well, what happens to a function of this, like they have here? So, and they call that variables, or a function of one complex variable. GAGUT has a much more generalized, both in the space-time as well as the materialization. And the function of this also then comes out of Gij, comma j equal to 0. It is so beautiful. It is amazing. As a born mathematician, you're thrilled to death. People have to start with an assumption and say, gee, what happens to a function of this? But what happens to a function of this comes out of Gij, comma to equal to 0. They had no clue. They don't know the origin of this. They had no idea. So they're wondering what happens when you analyze the function of this variable. But that simply comes out of eta sub 0. That's one little tiny eta out of infinity. So they're getting stuck with just one unit. And on top of that, they're having all manner of problems that led to some of their greatest getting stuck without to find a 0. Are you feeling what I'm talking to you about?
Yes.
It is the most godly thing you can imagine.
So this is a subset of of Gij, comma j equals 0.
Yeah, they didn't know the origin. GAGUT showed them where it came from, which is eta sub 0. You understand?
Yes.
Can you see why they will have problem? They're just getting pounded, hang on to something. They have no clue where it came from.
And yours is neatly unified.
Not only unified, the origin is from Gij, comma j equal to 0. It comes from God. It's a God order. It comes from an invariant. Gij, comma j equal to 0. They had no clue about it. Absolutely no. Nobody had a clue. They're just wondering, see, the conversation with Paul Gavinius, so I said, okay, so S from eta sub 0, they had no clue. They just stumble over it and said, let's see what happens to this function here. They don't know this function satisfies Gij, comma j equal to 0. They have no clue. That's where it came from. In terms of, it's a reality. Meaning it's a geometry. So they didn't know the origin of it. So they just wonder and stumble over it. So they have to come up with any maybe number of approximation theories and limits and everything. With GAGUT, it comes out from that equation. I didn't make any assumptions whatsoever. This fell out from here. And this falls out of Prometheus of Ben, my intelligence. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a God blessing. That's incredible. Not even Gauss knows the origin of S, where it came from, or Hilbert, or Riemann himself. So, by showing me the origin, God has given me the solution to what has to be approached through a guesswork by Riemann. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
They do not have a clue because they don't know where this came from. Absolutely no idea. But it came from here, which independently does not call itself a complex variable. It comes out of Gij, comma j equal to 0. That's where this came from. And therefore, the origin of this, if you make D001, like here, D00 is 1, and D01 as I, you recover S from eta sub 0. Can you all see that? So, now, oh man. When I was studying the complex variable, as my teacher indicated in writing, some of you have seen that piece, Professor Luchens, who was an academic granddaughter to David Hilbert, because she was a student of Richard Grant at NYU, Professor Luchens was. So the point is, you have to know the origin of S for you to be able to solve a problem regarding the function of a so-called complex variable. That comes out of Gij, comma j equal to 0. That is reality. It's a reality, means it's going to produce a geometry. and the geometry is so broad. So what I was telling Professor Garbidian, who is one of the best authorities in function of a complex variable that I know, was, okay, suppose just like, see, you know, this is what is called a complex variables, this assumption here. So I said, what if G0, 0 is 1, and G0, 1 is a constant as I, which is one of the things that's right here. What would you say about those kind of functions? And Professor Garbidian told me, you must be crazy. He says, do you know how much horrible problems they have with a simplification that just have I? You want to come and put a slope, you know, more than a unit slope on that? You're out of your mind. He said, you're going to drive people crazy. And sure enough, that is why they couldn't solve the Riemann hypothesis problem. You can only get a sense of what I'm talking about. It's not, you have to have a few more advanced courses for you to really appreciate what I'm saying. But just get the summary of it. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
You cannot say that because this series is infinite, it's very complicated. And because it's also a complex function for the power of some kind of real number. Okay? This is the power. It's extremely complicated. But in mathematics, it is trivial, literally. So the solution came with the revelation of GAGUT in 1990. And so, because every solution comes out of eta sub n, and all that I need to reach into is the eta sub 0, which is where S comes from. So I will specialize the solution to eta sub n is equal to 0, and you get eta sub 0. So all such functions satisfy Gij, j equal to 0. All of them. All of them. So it's much broader than what they're calling for here. It's a highly simplified version. I could write the same equation in eta sub 0. So I'll just replace S with eta sub 0 here. And it doesn't make any difference. Except it is much larger geometry. You all understand?
Yeah.
So, Professor, you're in straight lines?
Well, that's a straight line in a complex space. It's a straight line with, you understand? This is the slope, which is a unit slope in a complex space. So, but a more analyzed straight line is one where this doesn't have to be 1. The slope could be different from 1. And it has a lot of beautiful characteristics. But it's too complicated because with the unit slope, it's difficult enough. Which is why they led into. So the desire is you know, Riemann hypothesis is looking at this function and say, what happens? What kind of values of x will make this function 0? In many ways, it's kind of like finding the zeros of the quadratic equation. Yes. So, you know, except in the quadratic equation, you have...
There's only x's, right?
Yes, only x's. And then, because y is supposed to be 0. And then, but you have a quadratic formula. Somehow you look into the geometry and be able to organize it and say, okay, you could get a closed form solutions to the zeros, meaning the roots, what is called the roots of the equation. But what GAGUT what God has done through GAGUT is to the GI is an invariant. That's why the comma GIJ comma J, the GIJ is an invariant, and then the comma J GIJ comma J must be 0. So that invariant in general is a 0 itself. So God revealed through GAGUT something that's extremely profound, which is every mathematics problem is equivalent with finding a 0 of a function. Let me go over that again. Because God revealed that all theorems and all equations representing all theorems originate out of one invariant. That invariant, without loss of any generality or any assumptions, is the invariant could be just 0. And is best represented as a 0. So in that way, every mathematics problem is equivalent with finding the zeros of a function, which is what is called for here in the finding the zeros of a zeta function.
So that would be GAGUT, right? Because if you got 2 + 1 = 3 and they leave it at that, but if you take it a step further and do 2 + 1 - 3 = 0, now you're at GAGUT, right?
Absolutely correct. Because the whole thing has to be equal to 0. Because that's where it came from, if it's a theorem. If it's the truth, it must be equal to 0. It must come from an origin. That's the origin. That origin is God. Therefore, that's a God order. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Now, Professor, you said you studied that as your thesis in college, right?
That's correct. I studied that. That's
Invariance.
invariance. I studied invariance in college. But I have to try to emphasize for the Air Force is, the application. I have to emphasize it for them, but the theory is what the real thesis was about. Or the theorem, the real geometry is what happens to. But what is profound here is that, you understand, the whole supermaneuver dynamics is about eigenvalues, which is finding the zeros. But what God revealed to me is that the whole mathematics is about finding zeros of a function. And that was a piece, when I was doing a thesis, not even my teachers understood that. No human being ever understood that.
Wow.
The entire mathematics is reduced to finding the zeros, which is what is called for here. Therefore, having already found a general formula for finding the roots or the zeros of every function, automatically find the zeros of zeta functions already solved. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Essential?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you understand, though, what was just said?
I'm listening. I'm trying to comprehend. Take me a while.
Yes, I'm going to go over it again. GAGUT is a revelation that says all theorems, that's the entire mathematics. Mathematics has been proven to be the study of theorems. That's what that's GAGUTmatics. And mathematics is aspiring to be studying GAGUTmatics. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the ideal level of mathematics. You can't go past this.
The royal science.
You understand? Like what was supposed to be a ridicule of black people. I once was approached while I was in Nigeria, a younger person. I was approached by a CIA agent. He didn't identify himself as a CIA agent, but I knew him. And he came in, ran into me. They were all looking for me anyway. So he invited me to his apartment, in a place called Victoria Island. And now he was supposed to be a basketball coach, and my brother was in the military. And he was pretending to play basketball. He wasn't the greatest, but they put him as some kind of coach. So they had this guy come from Idaho, a CIA agent, and he was supposedly with the military, and he was supposed to be coaching basketball. So, he was working with my brother. And so he invited me to his apartment on Victoria Island. That's a colonial name. One of the most beautiful islands in the world. And I know the Caribbeans will probably disagree with that. But the Lagos Lagoon has, these islands, and Victoria Island was one of them, very expensive place, And so anyway, he was in that apartment, invited me in there. And of course, I know his agenda, as a CIA agent and everything, but he invited me and he said, he brought in a xylophone. Okay? And purchased his xylophone at a very cheap, price. He's coming over here to sell it at very high price and so on. But he was eventually going to go back to America with the xylophone he purchased in Nigeria. And he said to me, he says, well, you have to teach me how to play the xylophone. And I tried so hard that, I said, listen, I don't know how to play the xylophone. Or what I know is not something on the level that I can teach you with any pride. I'm an amateur, I'm not a teacher in xylophone.
I don't believe that. You're a master at the xylophone. I don't care.
Yes, so, the guy refused to believe me. He said, man, how could you be so unkind to me? Please teach me xylophone. It's in your blood, man. He said, all I need is to turn on the tap and the music will just be flowing through my veins. You understand? And I was watching him and I was cracking up. And I said, man, you are too much. And all I remember was he was from Idaho. Okay? So it's kind of, you understand, it's a credit in many ways to the Creator for creating us with so much blessing. So when I hear them saying your life is worthless, like your mama saying to a young black kid, you understand, that's going too much. You understand? Your life is the most precious, but any way you judge it. And that's why we have to credit our legend, one of them, Professor James Brown. You understand?
Anniversary is this year, next month.
What?
10th
anniversary is next month of his transforming on. 10 year year. So when he got up one day and began to feel his blessing and in his soul, the one that they call the soul music, and he see all this incredible legendary blessings in his soul. So he said to himself, who is he kidding? You understand? Why, first of all, you understand? Why in the world would he be ashamed of being black? Everything he sees himself is genius. It's incredible blessing. Therefore, he got up with his soul and says, I am damn proud to be black. And I'm going to say it loud. And I remember in the beginning stage of it, there quite a few non-blacks were dancing and singing, they're black and proud. We're talking blood, blue eyes. You understand? They're black and proud, man. See, this is the point where you've reached, because You see, Clinton said he was a black president after he ordered Yale to sing the tune. The black is the best.
That's right.
But on the other hand, it was an insult because he was.
Yeah, well, that's where the good with the bad comes in.
Type.
Yes, because you understand, he did disrespect Reverend Jackson, which I was very disgusted with. And he done a lot of things. But when he saw our scores, the unbiased scores, when the Jim Crow was removed from it, in terms of the bias, the European bias was taken away from it, and he saw us as, you know, the chosen race. Hey, it's time for him to be black. Because black is not just beautiful, black is the best. Y'all understand?
Hey, Professor, on that point, I have a question about the Yale study, just real quick. Like, you'd have Jim Watson and them. They found the DNA helix in 1960, and then only within like the 90s did they really start like coming back up with the whole genome project and all of that. So I now see how GAGUT was so influential in all of that, because they already knew about DNA and genes and all of that since the 60s.
Absolutely. No, the shock with GAGUT was too much for them, so they had no choice. That is so decisive, and you understand, we haven't really seen. That's why you got to bring the brothers and sisters into the briefing. It's so very critical. They have to feel it, like Professor James Brown felt it. And you know, Professor James Brown mysteriously disappeared just a few weeks to him coming to engage GAGUT.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. Brother Minister Clemson Brown, and there must be somehow some relationship, because he's from South Carolina, and James Brown is from part of Georgia that is close to South Carolina. Macon, Georgia. No, is it Macon or Augusta? No, Augusta, GA, yes. He was from Augusta, GA. Professor Otis Redding is from Macon, Georgia. And, you know, both of those places are not too far from South Carolina, where Minister Clemson Brown was born. So I had given him an assignment to locate Professor James Brown, so we can, you know, formally present him with the height of I'm Black, I'm Proud, which is GAGUT. It didn't take too long before we knew he was in the hospital and everything else, and very fast track. On a Christmas day, he was assassinated. Yes. Yes. So he's part of the GAGUTical Martyrs.
Professor, this is a stupid question. Why do you call them professors, though?
Oh, yeah. Well, a professor is one who professes.
Yes.
That's a real professor. He's a genius forever. I mean, it's like the spirit of Sandra Bland. The sister is so dynamite, like James Brown. You understand? The sister, I mean, I knew something was going to happen like what happened to him. She was decked in her African attire, and she looked so beautiful. Awesomely beautiful. And proud. You need to just watch her take a walk, with a kind of beauty and elegance and style.
And she was coming into acknowledging an awareness of her beauty and because this society doesn't allow a lot of us.
No, but she lives forever.
Right.
You understand? She made me shed tears. That's when a black man shed tears. It's gonna be huge stuff. You understand? That's the kind of pain that reaches the soul. But it means a tough time for the perpetrators of that stuff. So It's a very painful, in other words, a loss for a black person or somebody that's particularly valuable. Forces the tears, but the tears comes out to say, you dirty enemy, you better watch it.
Yes.
You've gone too far. It's what the tears, because, you know, and the repercussions are almost immediate. You understand? So now that's what Professor James Brown represented. It's a very similar parallel between, you know, young Sandra Bland and Professor James Brown. So it's a professor because they realized their soul. They were able to feel their soul in terms of the embodiment of the highest level of blessing, which is the truth. In that process, they were professing the truth. They were true professors. So Sandra Bland was a professor. I mean, when I remember her walking from the car with, even in that horrible situation, with the kind of vibrations that were so powerful, you know she was just too much for those dirty, dirty folks.
Right.
And out of cowardice, and a very cowardly thing, you know.
Too much energy. There was too much energy for them to handle.
Too powerful for them.
Yeah.
That's what was happening. And so it was a similar trend with Professor James Brown, because I told Minister Brown, man, you from the area, go find his brother. He needs to hear about GAGUT. And who knows, he could write the next stage of I'm Black and Proud. And Jim Crow heard that, and man, they did dirt right away. You understand? And so, but the soul, the spirit is right here. They're all together with our discussion right now.
Yes.
Both of them are here. They sing it. So, because that's the spirit. This is what they needed to, and sure enough, brother, you know, people who learn, who are part of the extensions of those dynamics, began to write songs for GAGUT. The brother from KRS-One had a similar spirit. Wrote the, the Unified Field. He wrote it, and it was very proud. They consider that as one of his best. The KRS-One. And then more recently, you have the Hypnotic, brass ensemble from Chicago. And that was done by an extension of tribute to Sandra Bland, because they knew us, they heard about us through the piece we did on Sandra Bland. So they did that 2 songs. One was named GAGUT and one was named Oyibo. That's extremely powerful. And come to find out, their father was part of the struggle in the 60s. Their father, there are 8 of them. And they formed a band. And they become powerfully worldwide. So, go ahead.
I was going to say, don't forget about Dr. CB.
Oh no, we can't forget about Dr. CB. That's a powerful brother. Yeah. Their spirit are all here. Absolutely here. So that's the legend that you see in all this here. So, but this dimension is showing us in a miracle situation where things that are considered impossible flow in such a geometry that is like they say of the soul music, the music that is so high, you can't get over it. And the soul extends to all dimensions. Reggae is all involved, part of parcel of that. And the rumba, the Lingala rumba is all part and parcel of that. It's one music. It just has a little dimension. They're incredibly beautiful. They all sing about respect in one form or another. Respect, because that's the one thing that appears to have been compromised for us in the last 500 years, especially. So there's respect right here.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Absolutely. respect. You understand? Aretha sang about it. Otis Redding. You understand? Even James Brown must have had, he and Otis Redding had a piece on, you understand? We're talking about legends. One who sing the tune by the other, and it's very hard for you to tell who is singing the song. You understand? So, no. You understand? When you begin to feel that, you begin to see how you're coming back to yourself again. That's what was demonstrated by any number of our people. Steve Biko,
Yes.
Fred Hampton, you understand? Fred Hampton shares a lot of commonality with Steve Biko.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? These young dynamites. You understand? Fred Hampton was 19 or 20s or 21. And Steve Biko was only 29, somewhere there. And both have, profound statements. For young people, the kind of thing that was demonstrated was, in both cases, were incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what characterizes our power. And what also characterizes is also that we value lives. We understand the value of life. So we tend to be constrained even when we push to the wall out of respect for life. We tend to, do the best we can not to make sure life is not destroyed. Unfortunately, the other side is unable to understand that as part of the power itself. And although we lose out, or appears like we will lose out in the process, but it adds to the power. But it's culminated in what you're seeing right now through this process, because this is the dynamics of the real power. Intelligence is the real power. And with intelligence, you tend to minimize the loss of life because you know better. You know the value of life better. That makes your life more precious. But it's hard dealing with somebody who is the exact opposite, who doesn't know anything. It's a matter of just pulling a trigger and just blowing life away. It's the kind of thing tigers do.
Yeah.
So when you see where the tiger is located, you don't want to be in that kind of realm.
Right.
But another thing that we tame the tiger.
Mm-hmm.
That's the power. You understand? The tiger doesn't rule the world. We do. Tiger doesn't solve this problem. So is Jim Crow. Jim Crow can't solve this problem. But you're watching the solution.
Hey.
That's the bottom line, folks.
Salute to
Yeah.
Professor Oyibo.
That's it. That's the reality. That's this is what needs to be awoken in your minds, especially as sisters.
Yeah.
You give birth and give them the geniuses that God put in your genes. You understand? You do miracles. You understand? So that's what is being seen here. It's the dynamics of the miracles. People say it is impossible, and lo and behold, God brings you in. That's how, in other words, they've been trying to get a sense of GAGUT for centuries, for lots of centuries. So God reveals that GAGUT proves mathematics, entire mathematics, about finding the zeros of functions. And therefore finding the zeros of zeta function becomes automatically part of GAGUT, except it is a simpler part of GAGUT because there's only 2 dimensions. Only X and Y. That's trivial. What GAGUT solved is all the zeros of every function. This is very, very critical for you to understand. The Gij comma equal to 0 is finding the zeros of every function imaginable. So you can see how that embodies the zeros of zeta function. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Zeta function becomes not only one of those functions, but it's a simplified version of it, it's the lower end of it. Every zeros of every function has been found through the eta sub n. It's extremely important for you to understand. Because Gij is an invariant. That invariant is generalized to be a 0. One invariant, that is a 0.
Professor, how do you find the zeros of every function?
That's what Gij comma j equal to zeros are, eta sub n.
To everyone. So that 0, once you get that 0, you have, like, why you emphasize infallibility, you have perfection, right?
Absolutely. That's all there is to mathematics. Mathematics has been reduced to finding the zeros of every function, all of them.
So that makes everything perfect at that point. Like, you can build a building and it will be perfect once you get that 0.
Exactly. You get the Gij, that's the solution, that's the zeros.
So right now they have cars and they got airplanes that fall apart and fall out the sky and all of this old stuff. But
there's no such a thing as GAGUTical design.
Right.
No such a thing.
Because our ancestors had all that stuff.
Absolutely. That's the dynamics. Okay, so eta sub 1 gives you the pyramid.
Right.
That's why you got eta sub 1. That's where it all comes from. It's perfect. Because 4, 5, 3 gives a perfect pyramid.
The hypotenuse of a triangle.
Yes, you have the sides being 3 and 4, and the hypotenuse is 5. That pyramid would be very precise.
Mm-hmm.
That's an invariant.
That's an invariant. That's an invariant.
X minus, what do you say? X plus y minus z equals 0.
Well, yeah, that is the wave invariant. The one for the pyramid is x squared plus y squared minus z squared, or it's an invariant.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So you just choose your x and y, and that's it. That explains that incredible precision that people thought came from outer space. You understand?
Intelligence.
It comes from intelligence.
That you were blessed with.
Yes, and my people, are blessed with. In terms of that's what made the pyramid.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing that's different between our ancestors and you is the fact that our ancestors may have had one piece, but you have all of the pieces, though.
Absolutely. That's they had the individual parts and everything else, and the origin is revealed to me being God. God is the origin. God is that reference point. So God knows everything. So once God shows me is in God's nature, God solves all the problem for me, everyone, and be able to go back to what the ancestors did and reproduce what ancestors did.
Right.
It's all embodied in this totality. That's eta sub n. So the pyramid is eta sub 1. The Afro-Trojan is eta sub 1. And those are building blocks.
Now, when you say 1, those have curves in it at that point, right? Like the Riemann?
Yeah, they do represent curves in terms of the generalized form of it, but the curves are like the mapping, because you could fit in the pyramid within those curves.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's that. Okay. Like a body, like from a surface to a body.
Yes, because see, you understand, a right angle triangle can be embedded in a circle.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
You know, so it becomes like, you know, what you call a locus.
Right.
A locus of the right angle triangles around.
And that's how you know all the solar system, all the galaxies. You know all the shapes of the galaxies just based on
precisely
that geometry.
There's a whole lot I need to teach you and how to learn.
Come on, you can't feed us by teaspoons. Feed us by the gallons.
Yeah.
Come on, Professor, stop teasing us.
But that
is, got out of the content section yet.
Yeah, but you see, what is Sister Jill, are you there?
I'm here. I'm listening, Dr. Oyibo.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
Absolutely.
There's a lot to learn.
Absolutely, that's right. That is a feeling of heaven.
Okay.
It is so beautiful. It is so amazing, and you know, it is. You understand? It's a feeling. It's a feeling that is. You can only feel. It's hard to explain to someone. You got to be able to feel it.
Feel it.
The entire mathematics is about finding zeros. So somebody has a problem of finding a zero of zeta function. What did they think was given to me in 1990? You understand?
Yeah.
All of them.
And 1995, the best mathematical minds in America were gathered in Troy and
in Colorado.
Well, there was a Colorado, the Copper Mountains, Colorado was going on, and God prepared me because when I arrived in Denver, I had to take a rental car, and I drove through these mountains. You know, there's a lot of, what do you call it? You know, when I go back, and it was so memorable, it was so profound. Driving from Denver with all these mountains and the gold mines, abandoned gold mines and all these ghost towns. You understand? And echoes, you know, the mountains. It was incredible. So drove all these miles to Copper Mountains to engage, you understand, like, what do you call it, an ambush waiting for me there from the various parts of the world. And God directed me into a hotel. I abandoned the hotel for the conference, and I went into another hotel by myself to stay there, to keep a low profile. And God directed me because I knew people would be looking for me. You understand? And I cannot, you understand? I cannot engage them because God knows what would happen to me if they knew about me before my presentation. They knew about my whereabouts.
Kidnap you and take you to their country.
And, you know, my family had prepared my food for me, although some of the food kind of got sour. I got a little bad, but I had my little stove in there and I warmed it up. I couldn't go to any restaurant. You understand?
Yeah.
Because it was a profound kind of dynamics. I could hear the Almighty God talking to me all the way. Do you understand? So just about a few minutes before my presentation, I popped up into the presentation hall, and it was a shock because they didn't think I was around because everybody was looking for me. So I went right onto the podium and said, "Wow, Professor Oyibo is here." It was a shock. You understand?
Yes.
And I was like, what happened? I didn't have Minister Brown with me then. So I didn't have any video clip of that, but that was extremely profound. So the presentation went on and boom, 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 boom. And this professor from University of Amsterdam took control of he didn't allow anybody else to, and he was an older Professor Diego, you know, was a Dutch. I called him De Jager, and they corrected me right quick. That's Diego. You know, he was, you know, from University of Amsterdam, very famous university. And he's, very renowned himself, and he took over because they were all waiting for me. How did somebody come up with a solution to the Navier-Stokes equation? Somebody actually did, but it came out of GAGUT. And here I am, I have to get, so then, but before, it was after that, 3-4 years later, where they encounter with the other legend, in terms of Professor Garabedian and Professor Julian Cole, the former head of math department from Caltech. They all gathered, people from Imperial College, England. They all came on over. And the thing was, now they have to listen to the former GAGUT presentation. You understand? And Julian Cole, wow, what a guy. He thought he had heard some horrible things about me already when I did the horograph, which was his own claim to fame. He made so much contribution on the horograph, and his perturbation methods, that when he heard somebody did something with the horograph, he was such a shock. So he was trying to deal with that when the whole GAGUT thing exploded. And I remember him, the picture of him, I saw him with his 2 hands, holding his jaws from dropping. They were supporting his jaws. He was there, really, really frozen to his seat, looking at the presentation of GAGUT. Professor Julian Cole, the famous head of math department of Caltech in Pasadena. He was there. Professor George Handelman, a legend, he was in my thesis. He was there. As a matter of fact, he was dedicated to celebrating of his birthday. So all the legends were there. They were astonished. They were astounded. My family was there with me, and it was profound. So, and that's after they had killed my brother. That was supposed to kill my spirit. In 1994, that's 10 years before the presentation, global presentation in Nigeria.
And Professor, these are the same people that set up Clay Foundation and conspired at Harvard University.
Yes.
And conspired in all the media, the same, all linked together, which you were able to decode. In over 30 years, they linked up together to try to steal and tarnish you. Actually, they're the very ones that have you in this Galilean position now.
Absolutely. It's a profound journey. That's why I have to share this with all of you. But you have to bring everybody in.
Right.
This is a blessing that comes from patience demonstrated by our people with the power of the Almighty God for 2,500 years. You inherit heaven. This is heaven. It's not a joke. This is heaven. The beginning of heaven for everyone, because it has the solutions to every problem.
That's right.
And that's what characterizes heaven. Heaven is a state of existence. You all remember what I said before, right?
Yes, sir.
Heaven is a state of existence where there are no problems.
That's
where
right.
all problems have been solved. Those solutions are etas urban.
Yeah.
The solution to every problem. So Clay is too dumb. They don't understand that. So, back with the very violent, heavy-handed propaganda machines that are funded with stolen money from Black people. They try to cover up GAGUT, but they don't know GAGUT is infinite. You can't cover it. So they work on the Black minds to try to make sure you are detached from it. So they go into the Black college and scare the professor. Anybody that had a professor from Savannah, Georgia, a state university in Savannah, When he heard about Riemann hypothesis, he said, man, I want to attend. Before he could register, they scared the hell out of him. Probably told him he was going to lose his job if he ever attended the GAGUT briefing. Those are the kind of brothers and sisters that need help.
Oh, you're coming here in 14.
The black people need to rescue those people from these threats from Jim Crow. So that's part of the action items. And so the presidency has to be approached after the election. So, in other words, whether it is Clinton or Trump, it's enough both are aware of GAGUT. Clinton has direct involvement.
International is stopped somewhere.
But Trump has involvement through Göttingen. Now that's why I'm drilling you and making sure you understand what Göttingen represents. A German comes into the White House. Hey, the message is already communicated through Göttingen.
That's too much.
All you need is to tell such a president you already are aware of what happened in Göttingen, and you have a basis of communications. He must be able to carry out the God order from Göttingen, a surrender. So he will have to understand he has to implement the Göttingen peace. So, and Clinton, the jail peace.
1440 did that.
It's already her husband's a project her husband started. And of course, it was done in order to make sure, minimize the impact of GAGUT. But, GAGUT has gone beyond that, into Göttingen and everything else. So you have a message for the president, and that is documented on the background that Göttingen, the Pentagon from 1990 till forever can only be empowered by GAGUT, no other source. So this is a huge power unleashed by God. And this very equation has implication for the Pentagon.
Going nowhere, girl.
The zeros, but the solution already existed since 1990.
I went to see Amanda last
So
summer.
every math problem, including the zeta function,
I gotta go tomorrow.
and the implications in terms of the computer securities,
Take my time.
and the command and the military dynamics, the ICBMs, and everything else. So you are not a powerless people by any stretch of imagination. You are the center of power that runs the entire world right now, particularly this planet. So anything trying to attack black people is an irrational behavior that has a solution in terms of you defining your own self in terms of GAGUT represents who you are. GAGUT is your essence. And that you are aware of that, you are conscious about it. And they need to know that. That's what happens when you wear the shirts. That's what happens when you come into the briefing every month. To keep your spirit, high, very high, in terms of you, recognizing who you are. And takes you to higher ground, like Brother Sai was just saying, says, yeah, man. It's like the people talking about the experience with the Bible. Otherwise, one would have said, I've heard a brother, another GAGUT martyr, Brother Barashango, Professor Barashango. When he began to preach GAGUT, they went after him.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. Professor Barashango, some of the last videos on him, he was discussing GAGUT.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. The one that says the meaning of 666, if you put that on a Google, you will see what he said, and they were going to go after him.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. as a powerful brother. He knew precisely what GAGUT represents. A brilliant brother. Understand? So, so that's the journey, you know, that's the miracle that you're seeing here. So, the equation here is Riemann. In other words, because they do not know how to find the zeros of a function, which is the core of the entire mathematics. Do you all understand?
Professor, can you define a function?
Okay, a function is something that changes as a result of another smaller function or another function. A function of a variable. You change, for example, y is a function of x. In other words, when you see y is equal to 2x, that means y would change when x changes. So that relationship is called a function. One is a function of the other. And there is a dependent variable and there's independent variable. The one that you can change and the function that depends on that change is called the independent variable. But, you know, that definition is arbitrary because, you know, you could make one the dependent variable and the other the independent variable.
Is it like one is a part of the other, one is a general, then one is a part of the other?
Well, one changes depending on the change of the other. The function depends on another function, like y is equal to 2x. So in that case, y could be said to be the dependent variable. And the x that you changing is considered the independent, but it's arbitrary because you could say x is also, you know, 1 over 2y, and you could reverse the process. So it's a matter of like which one is the x-axis and one which is the x-axis. And usually the x-axis is considered the independent variable. And then the y-axis is what changes, but it's arbitrary in that sense. So that's the dynamics of a function. So therefore, you could have more complicated expression that connects y and x. For example, y, you know, could be, you know, 2x plus x squared. So that's a little more complicated. But when you change x, y would change as a result. Do you understand? What God did through GAGUT was to say, okay, all that come from one invariable, one invariant. In a very general form, comes from one invariant. And by studying that invariant, you get the whole story. In other words, that invariant calls for the finding of the zeros. It amounts for, you know, because it's equal to a zero, means that anything you do from that with that expression is the finding of the zeros of that function. That's what God reduced the entire mathematics to. Everything you do in terms of a theorem is finding the zeros of a function. It may be very complicated, but it's a zero. So when they have a problem with finding the zeros of a function, that's the entire, you know, that's the symbolism of all mathematics, which GAGUT, yes.
You can only get a zero once you find the commonalities between all those differences, though, right?
Yeah, but in other words, every theorem is finding the zeros of a function. In other words, the equation that represents the theorem amounts to finding a zero, which is something nobody really knew before GAGUT. So therefore, Finding a zero for any given specific function has already been solved when you find the general solution to be eta sub n. And in this particular situation, it's just eta sub 0. So you just need to find the invariant, and the solution is provided.
And eta sub 0 is t. It's time, right? Time. It's the t, right?
Well, it could involve t, but it's a general space-time. But if you want to concentrate on the space, it comes x and y. But there's nothing different. In other words, with GAGUT, it is endless in terms of how many variables you could have in there. You understand? And that would have driven people crazy. And just like Professor Garabedian said, just to keep two terms and then make the slope to be different than one, it makes people crazy. So when you talk about adding another variable to that, it drives people out. But they come out of Gij, come out equal to 0. That's the origin. It's a miracle. It's simply profound. It is ultimate elegance that only God could get credit for. So they're still struggling getting their bearing, because that throws all the theories out of the window. They were hoping to use number theory to search for the Riemann hypothesis. The solution, that's rubbish. It comes out of the real mathematics, the GAGUTmatics. Once you solve the Gij, equal to 0, you've solved that problem automatically. Do you all understand?
So at that point, you have to know, at that point, you have to have studied GAGUT.
Yes.
At that point, then, and see, they don't understand GAGUT.
Because GAGUT is the ultimate level of mathematics, the ideal, the ultimate. You can't go past GAGUT.
So you got to throw away that other stuff and put that in the archive and go to GAGUT.
Precisely. All you need is the GAGUT books, and you've solved not only all of mathematics, but you've also solved all of physics, all of chemistry, all of biology, all of medical science, all of history, everything. It's heaven. It's heaven. But I keep on, touching your mind with these presentations and help you rise onto that heaven. Okay. You don't need to die before you go to it. Heaven is what you have here. This is heaven. The solution to every problem is what characterizes heaven. Do you all understand?
Professors, give us the solution between man and woman. Give us that solution.
Oh, that's no problem at all. You have all the sisters, you're having harmony right now. You are unified in GAGUT. It is fun. I can feel the peace in all of you. You have harmony. You have oneness. You're unified. It's peace. It's heaven. Because as you are in this mode, you have love, you have peace, it's godliness. So that's what you've been ordered to teach the rest of the world. That's why you're the only ones that could be the rulers, the leaders, the presidents. You can be the only one that could bring peace, which begins with you, as a unit in terms of a family, in terms of black men and black women, where humanity originated. You have to have peace and harmony to be able to continue that centerpiece of humanity in a way that has no problems. Absence of problems is what GAGUT is. And that is heaven. That's the same thing as heaven, because heaven is a state of existence where there are no problems.
Well, that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants heaven. That's what you want.
But that you can only get it through GAGUT. Because GAGUT has all the solutions in eta sub n, going to infinity. or solve. That is the example of what you're seeing with this. This most difficult problem has already been solved since 1990. You just need to, pick up the specifics. The real solution has happened already, because Gij, comma j equal to 0 is the zeros of every function you can imagine. You don't even have to specify. You just bring it out. It gives you an option of going to eta sub n, and you pick the one that is consistent out, and then the rest is finding the specifics. That's what was done in this problem. So when they say find the zero zeta function, that you put one tiny little bit of s, that's trivial. The zeros for the longest list of variables has been found through eta sub n. So taking this little one is trivial, absolutely trivial, absolutely incredibly trivial. And that has been, 130 years problem. There was no need for it if they had known GAGUT. If Gauss and Hilbert were connected, as in Gij, comma j equal to 0, meaning the divergence of invariance is a 0. So then the next thing is, how do you solve that theorem? How do you prove that theorem? Eta sub n proves it infallibly. That's what we're talking about. That is the dynamics of ultimate intelligence. I can explain that most complicated problem for you to even sit for a second and listen to it. That's already a miracle. Do you all understand?
Okay.
Do you all understand me?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That you're able to listen to what I'm saying is already more than I can say of Harvard math department.
I got to study it.
Of course. That's why I said this is a life. This is not some little thing you attend in order to to say, gee, you attended a couple of them. No. Then you do not understand. The only time you stop is once you've realized, even when you realize the heaven that is supposed to be, this is heaven. How many times have you heard me say that now? But I must define heaven for you, right? Which I did. Yeah. What is heaven?
This is heaven, no problem, no pain.
That's right. A state of existence where there are no problems.
No pain, no problem.
That's what heaven is. No sickness.
Right.
No death. No hunger. Because the solutions are all in eta sub n. You all understand? It's not just a feel-good presentation. It's reality. A solution to cancer.
Yeah.
A solution to, the Black family. The core of the human family.
Yeah.
Professor, you can walk right on to Google right now and you would show them things that they would never knew. You can go into any company, Facebook, you can go into any company and just blow their mind, right?
Absolutely. There's no place I can't go. That's why the Pentagon recognition of that is very important. Pentagon put the various time. You know how many, as I was showing, you are not here, but you had seen it before. You see many stamps from the various parts of the Pentagon. That page is full of stamps. From the air defense to, DTIC. You've never seen any report with that many stamps on it. Do you understand? Do you all understand that?
You know more than the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but he can't go into health and biology and physics, but you know just as much as he know and more, but he can't go into other dimensions like you can.
It's an understatement. They're blown away just saying the supermaneuverable aircraft formulated in a way that is elegant. The aerodynamics is in there. They never thought a hologram could be done in a three-dimensional space. It was there before their eyes. Now you could design a super maneuver that would go transonic and go on to supersonic and do some incredible things. You understand? And Russia surrendered in order to have an opportunity to join in the learning. That's why the engagement in Copper Mountain, they tried everything they can to get me into Russia. You understand?
And now Putin has his chest poked out.
Absolutely, because he began to use our slang and talk about Russia was invincible. That is the meaning of Gala.
Oh, okay.
That's black people, and yet, so, and he was disgusted with Obama because he was dealing with the black power, So this is a journey to heaven, but the heaven without death.
Yeah.
Death is hell. There's no place for death in the GAGUT age.
Professor, I'm sorry. What are Russians? Are they Germans too? What are they?
They are kind of Swedish,
Oh, yeah.
a mix between Swedish and Polish.
Oh.
Yes. And ironically, some kind of connectivity with the French. I think that had to do with the Napoleon and all that.
Right.
The whole thing with the campaign, the French campaign. So they kind of picked up a lot of French, but technically they're Swedish and Polish, Slavic. It's an element of Slavic and the Swedish. And then, then you throw in Hungarian, and then, of course, there's the Mongolia dynamics, which now goes like, Asia and all that.
Look at this guy. We have everything here. We could get anything here.
Yeah.
He knows everything.
Absolutely. So, in other words, therefore, given that J, equal to 0 has a solution for the zeros of every function, that includes zeta function zeros. Can you all see that? The problem is about finding the zeros of zeta function, which is a function. When you have a master solution for the zeros of every function, that automatically solves the zeta zero function, the problem. Can you all see that?
There it is, right there.
In other words, the zeta function zeros is a tiny bit of the zeros of every function imaginable. That is what GAGUT represents. That's a Gij, comma j equal to 0. The Gij itself is a 0. It's finding the 0 of any function possible.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's a solution. Clay has no clue, so he believes in forging his way through into fraud. That's why you must take Clay on. Once you understand that. That happened in 1990, and they have no clue. By the way, 1900 was when David Hilbert presented, the Riemann hypothesis as being a top problem to be solved. Because although he was dealing with invariance, he didn't understand invariance enough to pose the problem, let alone how to solve it. But at least he had some brains. He was a mathematician of first class. Clay does not have anybody like that. So therefore, the problem was solved when it was really it was 90 years after David Hilbert announced it onto the world to be tackled. So it took 90 years for it to be solved in 1990. But of course, the problem had existed, about 40 years before that. Around, from 1859 to 1900, that is actually 41 years. So that makes it 41 years plus 90 gives it 131 years. that's, before its solution, a general solution, which is coincide with the solution to every math problem. Every mathematics is about solving, determining zeros of a function. And the general solution is given. That means every mathematics problem has been solved. It was that recognition that forced Göttingen to place GAGUT, as they say, because that's the totality of the solutions of every math problem. And you all see that.
That's like that's like everything is locked, and then you having the master key, the master code that can unlock all the locks.
All of this, every solution is in there. There's no solution that's left out. So you're seeing how that is applied, not only in the abstract mathematics. It's the abstract mathematics talking. It's not even abstract. It's geometry. It's beautiful. Every mathematics application in reality. You just need a theorem, and there's one theorem, which is G2j, equal to 0. So you prove it with theta sub n. That proves it. Therefore, that proof constitutes a solution to every problem. It's the kind of thing that arrives from heaven. That's God. It's not the human stuff.
So, Professor, whenever you get like a problem, you would take it directly to GAGUT, and then from there, find out.
It's the master solution to every problem. It's the master key, like you said before. It has all the solutions in there. That's why I could tell you about cancer and go to medical science, and you understand, go back to chemistry and then history. You all understand. You heard me talk all of that, right? GAGUT history is when I decode the word chemistry to you. That's history. And you can't touch it because it's the truth. It's two words, chem mystery. That's a mystery of the ancient Africans. Therefore, that's our subject. That's our name spelt, and that's history. So it doesn't come from anywhere else. Gunpowder didn't come from China, it comes from Africans. The reason we're not noted for it is because we don't have pride. Of course, we use it in taming the lions and the tigers, but even that will minimize their killing. Otherwise, they would have been extinct. But they were put on notice. They can't go after humans. Do you all understand? Do you all understand? Yes, okay, let me, John, okay, come on now and let's throw pages. So, I can go on for, for centuries, but I have to speed up a little bit, so you could see the picture. So, now, the essence of what you need to understand that the problem has been solved. The finding of a zero is what the general dynamics, how you find a zero of every function, every or any function, is what GAGUT, the theorem is. As in, the entire mathematics is reduced to finding a zero for every function. That's all that mathematics is. So if you're asking to find a zero of one function, that's already done. That's been solved since 1990 in a very general solution, which is eta sub n. So you just pick your eta, the n and the g and j's, and your problem is solved automatically. You just, out of that, you'll come up with the specific solutions. That's what happened. That's why it's called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Do you all understand? You have the idea of what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Big time. Love it.
Okay? So that's the essence. That's the essence of what I'd like you to understand today. That to convince you that the problem has been solved since 1990 because they're asking for a zero of a function called zeta function. When GAGUT has proved that all functions, past, present, and the future, their zeros have been found, and they are identified by eta sub n. So not only how you go about finding the zeros is specified, but that what actually are the solutions to those zeros as indicated by eta sub n. Therefore, the solution to every zeros and hence all of mathematics has been determined by eta sub n. Can you all see that? Can you follow that, the logic at least?
Yes.
In other words, mathematics has been reduced to finding zeros of functions. That's all of mathematics.
I love it.
So then that solution to that problem is eta sub n. So that means eta sub n is where you get the zeros of zeta function. Can you see that?
Oh, you can get infinite ones too.
Can you see the connectivity? If you have provided a solution to to the problem of finding a zeros of every function, then automatically you have solved the problem for finding a zero of a specific function, which is zeta function. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah, that means they're all solved.
Sihern, can you get a sense of what we're talking about?
Yes, that means every problem is already solved.
Hello?
Mr. Hearn, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Maybe the thing's on mute.
No, it is not.
Hello?
Mrs. Edgehill, can you hear us?
I'm hearing.
Does anybody
Can
hear
any
me?
of you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear.
Oh, you can hear me?
Hello?
Uh-huh.
I don't think they can hear me though.
I've been hearing you.
Yeah, okay, let me see.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I don't think they can hear me.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
But Professor he's been answering your question.
I think probably right now they may not be able to hear me. I don't know what happened.
Let me see what they put up here. Yeah, something's on the screen. You just see that. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Uh-huh.
That's from the book. You have the book?
No, I don't. I don't have the book.
Yeah, you got to get the book. It's amazing.
Which book did you get?
I have all of them. I have the Discovery, where they talk about hydrogen, and then I have this one right here where he's talking about the Riemann hypothesis, and he goes into addition, how addition is all mathematics. And then I have the journal.
Well, that's what because I'm supposed to get the journal. I don't know when it's gonna come. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this one right here. If you get the journal with the Riemann hypothesis, this one right here. This is the journal right here.
Oh, okay.
And it has this in it. It has a lot of other stuff in it about history, as well, African history. Yeah, and it has a lot of other mathematicians in it. That basically the professor can resolve all of their problems through GAGUT. So let's say they solve the problem using whatever formula they use, but the professor, and then you have another mathematician, he solved the problem using whatever formula he used, but the professor can solve both of their problems just through GAGUT.
Oh, yeah?
But they can't, if they were alive, they would only just be able to only solve their problem. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be able to solve anybody else's problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the book that they recommend to have, that everybody should have in their home, That one cost, how much that one? That one costs a lot of money, I think.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Hearn, Miss
Yes.
Edgehill?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Maybe he can't hear us.
Hello?
Yeah,
I don't know why you
hello?
can't hear me.
I guess not. So which one is more practical?
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me hold on 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But I can't hear you respond on the computer.
Let me move my phone away. Can you hear me?
All right?
Wait, can you hear me without my phone? I'm still on the line.
Mr. Hearn, are you talking now on your computer?
I'm gonna hang up the phone. Let me hang up.
What?
Can you hear me now?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, let me hang up the phone.
All right, but
Can you hear me now?
can you hear me now through the Google Hangout?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Hearn, can you hear me through the Google Hangout?
Yes. Judith, is this Judith?
Yes, I can hear.
Tell him you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Mr. Hearn.
Tell him you can hear Mr. Hearn.
Miss Edgehill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can hear Mr. Hearn.
Miss Edgehill.
Yes.
He needs to cut it off and then do a re-invite.
Riemann, okay.
Yeah, because it probably cut off. I mean, it's still live, but it's just not working. He needs to send an invite. Let me call him.
Okay.
Yeah, you may have to send a new invite because I can hear her and me and you, but you can't hear us.
Just a second. Miss Edgehill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Hearn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Miss Edgehill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello? I don't see him now. John, can
Miss
you hear me?
Edgehill, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear.
John, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm gonna sleepy.
Mr. Hearn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Miss Edgehill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Praise God. We're now going to continue with the Riemann hypothesis piece. Just bear with us.
How much more? It's 9 o'clock my time.
Okay, is everyone ready?
I am.
Mr. Hearn?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So you remember what we said? What I told you was that mathematics has been reduced. That infallibly proved that all mathematics is about finding the zeros of functions. That's number one. That's the theorem. And the solution of the proof is eta sub n is what constitutes the zeros of every function. So you have a theorem and then a proof. The proof constitutes the solution to every mathematics problem. So therefore, finding a zero of a given specific function like zeta function automatically is solved already by eta sub n. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Let me give you an example. Try to find some very practical dynamics of how you understand that. In other words, it's like you have a tiny subset of a bigger set. So when you find that tiny, it's like Einstein's relativity equation is equal to mc squared. as a subset of Gij, comma j equal to 0, or Gij's. So if Gij contains every formula, every correct equation, you know that is equal to MC squared automatically, if it's a correct equation, automatically comes out of a Gij equal to 0. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Can everybody see that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I see it on the screen.
What do you say, Miss Jill?
On the screen, I see it.
Yeah, but did you understand what I said?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to understand what you say. I have to hear it over and over again. I gotta get my books.
Yeah, but you're also getting a reason. In other words, and it's more than just a math representation. Math is the totality. I'm talking about GAGUT. When we're talking about math here, we're talking about GAGUT. Not theory, not number theory. We have number theorem. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's already a departure from GAGUT. When people start talking about number theory, we don't deal with theories here. We deal with theorems here.
Right. Right.
Infallible truth.
Right.
So now, of course, Einstein's equation came out of a theory. It's called relativity theory. We don't have a theory. We have God Almighty's grand unified theorem. So if you want to prove one tiny theorem, or you want to look for it, when you not only have a grand unified theorem, but a proof of it for all theorems, don't you see how looking for one specific proof of a theorem is already embedded in that overall proof of all theorems?
Yep, it's like a chapter. It's like a directory. You
Exactly.
can just go in it and find it. It's already there. It's already finished.
Yes.
Can you all see? That's the miracle. I know it's kind of hard to believe it, but that's what we're dealing with.
That's amazing. Now that's heaven.
Y'all understand? That's what it means to say Professor Oyibo was blessed by God order. That's of God order, blessed with ultimate intelligence. So humanity is stuck with one tiny bit of it, and they talk it's a big deal. No. The only way you can kind of prove the triviality of what everybody's sweating about is to provide a solution. You just go into A as for Ben and you get a solution. That's what is done here. Can you all see that?
Wow. Yes. That is up in is the thing right there. That's where it all is.
That's what we mean by heaven. For you to go into heaven, the real heaven, is for you to begin the journey in GAGUT, to be able to study the GAGUT. GAGUT becomes the language of heaven. Can you all see that?
So eta sub n has all the zeros.
Absolutely.
All the functions.
All the zeros of every function you can imagine. So
Even known, unknown, and
past, present, and future.
That's too much for one person to have.
That's right. That's why we give glory to God. But I'm here talking to you as a brother, as an uncle, a father.
Professor, what does that make us if we're able to talk to you? I mean, we know what it makes you. We know what it makes you, but we have to be blessed too to be able to be in your presence.
That's an understatement. You are the height of God's creation. That's what it makes you. It's what you say is an understatement. But you see, God has to use a concrete example. God doesn't want to fool around. You understand? So to understand yourself, you have to understand me.
Yeah, and you're at a sub-infinity.
They all understand. That's what forced Jim Crow to tell the truth, or at least give a semblance of the truth. to say, no, you are the blessed ones. You're the ultimate race. Because if they play fool around, they have the haters of infinity they cannot deal with. Do you understand? That's what forced them to compel Yale to have the KKK say, hey, KKK, you surrender. So the black people understand this is not a trivial issue. They can't go against my infinite intelligence. That's what I just showed you. And it's no gimmicks. It has been it's right there, loud and clear. From there, you define God. What else is there? How could you have any problem once God has shown you a definition of God? In terms of the nature of God, it's not just existence of God, which 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 verifies. That's a reality. That verifies the existence of God, because all you need is one reality to come out of GAGUT, and then everything else follows. A human being is a reality, just like 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 is a reality. You all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, because that's a GIJ. 2 + 1 - 3 is a GIJ. That's what makes it possible for you to say 2 + 1 = 3. Because it has a GIJ that comes from God as a variant. You all understand? So that automatically proves the existence of God, or GIJ, because you have 2 + 1 - 3 = 0. It's a GIJ. One GIJ is verified from that. Automatically proves the existence of a GIJ. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is God. That's the proof of existence of God. 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 is a proof of existence of God. The nature of God then is established from this proof of that, the formal proof of that solution, of that problem, the overall problem, which is eta sub n. When n is infinity, that defines God, because it gives you the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. The unbounded nature is n is infinity. So x to the power of infinity is infinite. Therefore, you have the definition of God. The nature of God is one unbounded space-time of intelligence. That we call the universe, which can't explain. So God is unbounded space-time. And that's what happens when you have n is infinity.
So God is at a sub-infinity, which is 0.
That's right. God, is, and the fundamental, in other words, the connectivities, that's where you begin to really have a lot of fun.
Professor, in the Bible it says that we were made in God's image. That would be true, because then if God is space, we are space too, and everything else is just but a space too, right?
It's all space-time. That's all. That's what the solution says. Every reality is space-time.
And that can be, and you can therefore, through mathematics, you can therefore represent the whole entire anything, because you can represent space through mathematics, which is what GAGUT is.
That's right.
Geometry.
Geometry. That's all geometry. Space-time is just the study of space-time is geometry, and that's God. That's the study of God. Geometry. That's the God. The measure of the study of God is geometry. Instead of is geometry. And this is the totality of that study. Because every geometry is represented here. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So what you've seen in this is that Eta sub n is the proof of every theorem, as in the solution to every problem. You get the solution to every problem from eta sub n. And in this particular case, which is zeta function, the abstract reads, well, first of all, you can see the date of the submission of this paper. Okay? All right? Yeah. So, God Almighty's grand unified theorem. Yeah, let us see the topic right there. The heading again. Just okay. Actually, yeah, okay. You see the heading, God Almighty's grand unified theorem. G2j, J equal to 0 has revealed proven solution to the Riemann hypothesis. A clear mathematics millennium problem. Unfortunately, the clay is a fraud. But these books have to be distributed to every black person. I want to get you to a point where you understand that statement as a God order. And that is a part of how you may return back to your seat as the symbol of God on the level of we the creatures, which is related to what you were asking before, Brother Sai, when you said, gee, what about black people? Well, see, I'm used to define you. Do y'all understand? Unlike Brother Felipe, Matthew, Brother Sai, are you there?
Yes, sir. Listening.
Okay. Brother Felipe gets excited for the moment and say, wow, brother, that's what you're talking about. And then, you know, then he talks and say, well, you uncover some of the most intelligent. Come on. Get real. Wake up. You can't compare me to any other person. It's like, so if you compare me to any other person, then you're going to compare human beings and God. Can you see that?
Yes. What other person has that sub infinity?
That's right. You see, because what God gave to me is the understanding of God. And you said, Brother Kaba doesn't even understand geometry. He doesn't, you understand, he knows some history. He has no clue what quantitative science is about. And then all of a sudden he's on par with me. The next thing you're going to be comparing him to God. Do you see a problem with that or not?
I see it.
Big time.
It's embarrassing, in other words.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. You all are listening to me. The mere fact I'm trying to squeeze something that is you were not supposed to even sit down for a second and listen to, and I'm communicating with you, that's already a sign of extraordinary intelligence. The guts is already way beyond what you expect of a human being. Jim Crow never thought this would ever happen.
Right.
But not only do I have the guts of saying, no, it's happening, I've gotten all kinds, but you have the guts too in engaging me, which is the part of how you share my genes. But it's a ghettoization. That's why I make it very clear. God gave me permission to understand God. But in no way can I put myself, because my intelligence, is ordered by God to be infinity. And that's apparently looks like that's also, God's level of intelligence. Intelligence cannot go more than infinity. So therefore, on some superficial level, it says, oh, God and I have the same intelligence. The huge difference is mine is transformed. God is in the real space-time. Do you all understand anything like that?
Okay.
Yeah, God is the thing, and the equation is a transformation of that.
That's right. The eta sub n is a transformation, because the space of eta sub n is my brains. It sees the image of the infinite space-time in that space. It's a transformation, but it's the highest there is. There can be, you can't match it. God reveals it only to one person. That's why you're struggling to grasp a little bit of it right now. And as I told you, you're lucky if you understand 1% of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in any given present, and Sai has given similar figure, you know, in terms of his estimate.
I'm about a little less than that, but I'm still happy.
Because you can teach, it's like, you know, back in the having classes at Minister Brown's house, and we had this young sister, 7 years old, Lenora. She would come and we go over the singular element revelation to her, and she could understand it, and she would go to the blackboard and prove it. And yet Harvard, the topmost Harvard professor, is struggling with the GAGUT singular element revelation in Harvard. I have a young sister, 7 years old. You understand? She can grasp it and actually prove it. So if she goes to Harvard and they struggle, she's going to laugh at you know, on them. So he said, look, we're going to send you on to take your position as a professor in Harvard. But that's what should be done right now. Y'all understand?
Yes.
But part of your progress in terms of understanding is to know where you are. Mm-hmm. Just like I know where I am, that's part of my ultimate intelligence. I know the difference between God and myself. Mm-hmm. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Before you can make progress, you have to know the difference between you and me. God didn't make, Stephen Hawking said that's impossible that God will allow a creature to go on the minds, to go into have a pick on the minds of God, the mind of God. That's the only way we could have this formula. Mm-hmm. No other human being has this formula. Do you know of any other person has this formula?
Never. And no one with the breath that you have. So the way you are to God is how you are to us.
Exactly. I'm so little compared to God, but hey, you understand? In the country of the blind, you understand?
But you know what? Some men who have succeeded in, you know, with their little knowledge or whatever, when they come against you, they feel a certain way when you say, I know everything, because they feel like they know everything with their, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, see, but that's the thing. In other words, and Brother Cavan, that also happened with Valentine. See, that's a ghettoization in a way, but, you know, they are our brothers, so one has to, you know, be patient, but you don't want them to go into a delusion, because then they will know nothing. You understand? Yeah. Only one human being has this formula and the solution. With n that is infinite, that is a measure of how much, and which is everything. The equation itself describes the reality with everything.
Professor, why do people feel like they have to explain you to others, or explain? You can explain yourself. You can go from complex to simple.
You see,
that's genius right there, going from complex to simple.
Yes. Knowing, in other words, you understand, all the prophets that came around, people are worshiping them. But I am the ultimate prophet. But I'm not telling you to worship me. I'm telling you to give glory to the Almighty God.
That's right.
Because that's where it comes from. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I'm just a tool, a piece of chalk that was used to write the God order. But you have to, if you don't understand that, you understand nothing. So it's a ghettoization, the place Jim Crow put us, where there's no difference between a child and the mother or the father. That's what, you know, Kaba is saying. Extremely ironic. Because based on emptiness, he has no clue what this equation represents. Mm-hmm. Nor Valentine. And then they trivialize it further by saying, well, all Oyibo did, or, you know, they don't even give credit to God. They say Oyibo, all he did was codified. Codify what? You understand?
Exactly.
When he talks about coquette and all this other thing, he's rambling stuff. It's embarrassing. He's not talking geometry. He's wrapping some history terms he picked up. That's not geometry. So, but that's the kind of thing that we have to be. That's the kind of realm Jim Crow wants us to have. Extremely superficial feeling about the thing, and you feel you're on top of the world, and that everybody is the same.
And it's really saying that this can never be really possible.
Exactly. That's so
really
they deny on a delusion state. So then, like I said, the child is, even try to feel bigger than the mother and the father. At 2 years old, the child thinks he's at the same or even superior to the parents at 2 years old, and forces them to call. That's what is being displayed. But what it does is, by you not admitting you have a differential between you and your teacher, you precluding yourself from learning anything.
Professor, do you think does that have to do with age or an era or a certain generation?
Yeah.
Or what is it? Because like with me, I immediately get it to where I know that I'm not on that level. Although I have my own ego and I have my own sense of, feeling that I'm smart and everything. But I know when I come to you, no way. But some people, they just can't drop it.
Well, but that's why I begin with myself. But again, it's a blessing, because I begin with myself by saying, I'm nothing when it comes to God. But that gives me an opportunity to be the best that I can possibly be. But I have to submit. It is the very fundamental basis of learning. You have to know where you are and the gap that you need to cover in order to reach a certain point. You can't just jump on. That's the whole get to that. The source of it is Jim Crow, of course. Jim Crow, that's a classic setup from a Jim Crow system that says all black people are equal. So what happens is,
oh, I get it now. So when you say ghettoization,
yes,
it's not just an insult. You're really saying that that's that AIDS again that they've given us to where they said, oh, all black people are the same.
Exactly.
And then we, since from different eras, we hear another black person like you, and we say, okay, that nigga, he's just like me too.
Exactly.
He's boasting and bragging, but he's just like me too.
Exactly. That's what you hear. Sister Edil, can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's one of the things Jim Crow is hoping to slow us down. So you have to break through that barrier. And we've talked to Brother, John had talked to Brother Philip Matthews and said, look, call here, let's go over some of this thing. And he hasn't returned the call. So that, is further making things complicated, because it's not just about putting out something to our people. You understand? It's like a flow of water or flow of anything. There has to be a potential difference. You understand? Unless you're using a pump, even that the pump itself will create a potential difference for a flow to happen between one point and another. You understand?
Yeah.
So if there isn't such a potential difference, there cannot be flow. The same way there's no flow of knowledge. You can be, in other words, GAGUT is not just a quantitative subject, which when you come from history is a total shock to your system, because the only thing that is quantitative in the traditional history is the dates. Okay. It's the dates they use, but they don't really, you understand? This is number they pick up. They can't verify any of the dates. GAGUT has a way where you could verify the dates. You understand? Because it's all a trajectory. Eta sub n is the dynamics of those trajectories.
Amazing.
That's the GAGUTical history. When you're looking at a path over a time, that's history.
Yeah.
But that's the real history. That's a geometric history.
So the very people who profess history and metaphysics through you, if they really knew you and study you as their teacher, they would be verifying the very things.
They will be doing the real history, and then they will be showing real brilliance. Not only that, they will be differentiating between fraudulent history, and there's plenty of fraudulent history, like Professor Ben Yochanan said. He said there cannot be any, every history is subjective. There's no such a thing as an objective history. Because everybody likes to concentrate on the positive part of history. In that way, it is subjective. That's a very brilliant piece from Professor Ben Yochanan. So you want to see what happened. You don't want to emphasize. See, that's part of the technical knockout for us from Jim Crow. That keeps us looking at something that is impossible, which is enslaving of the black people, and make you feel that's all you are. It's possible, it's impossible. Black people cannot be slave to anyone. That's impossible. So that's the first level of the fraud. Secondly, even if that was possible, it's only a little piece. Even if we take the 2,500 years, that's a very tiny piece. Okay?
So you can go way past that into even way past that, and you could be recreating all of the greatness that's even lost.
You understand? In other words, so therefore, the only thing to focus on is not some kind of dumb so-called history. You tell the real history. GAGUT is history in more than one sense. It proves the realities of the past. That's one dimension of the history. If they didn't know that we're the origin of mathematics and chemistry before GAGUT, GAGUT ignores everything that has been called science before, and it reproduces it from scratch. That gives you the current day origin of science. Can you see that?
Yeah,
Amazing.
powerful.
What did you say, Sister Edgel?
That's powerful.
Praise God. Praise God. And brother, young professor in training, Cy Hearn already feels that in his soul.
No, you know what, Professor? Like, you know I'm a fine artist, right? But you've already explained things in fine art that I knew, but you know it even way better than me. Like, you explain perspective, you explain eyeballing, you explain
Yes.
I mean, all of these things. I mean, like,
Absolutely.
you can't do that
Absolutely.
unless you have real true brilliance. I mean, you can't do it. You've explained projective geometry, all of those things. You can't be a fine artist without those things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, in other words, we can allow. See, that's why this is very critical. So, but I want you to see this. Now, this background is very important, because if all you get is this idea that God gave you the equation, the one unified theorem. That's it right there. That's not guesswork. This is not gimmicks. G(I)J, J equal to 0. You can touch it. Go to your screen and touch that equation, and you see, you can feel it. It's real. And it's infallible. In the words of a Cambridge-trained mathematician, he should know, right?
Yes.
Professor E. Abubakar said categorically, that is those are in his words, a very big breakthrough.
Yeah, I seen him say it on film.
Thank you very much. Sister Edgel, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yes. You know, Sai has watched him, real person talking. He went into Cambridge University and earned a PhD in mathematics. That's what we're talking about.
And I read his paper on GAGUT too when he published.
Absolutely. Now that's that's another Cambridge piece that Animalou, you know, he did his thing as well. I came to a similar conclusion. You have to be a mediocre to shy away from that. In which case, it has to show inferiority complex that you don't have intelligence. If you have intelligence, you tell the truth. That comes directly, you know, from the semblance that we have with the God. There's something we have in common with God is intelligence gets us connected with God. Mm-hmm. So if you are intelligence, you speak the language of intelligence, which is the truth. You all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Professor.
Yes.
In the Wall Street Journal, they have De Beers tries to counter man-made gems. So they're talking about lab-grown diamonds threatened to upend the market. So they're trying to make lab-grown diamonds in the lab now.
Yes. Yes, that's GAGUT.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's GAGUT. That's GAGUT. So, but that's why you need to learn this quick. There are a few things, if I drop them today, the economies of the world is going to crumble. Everybody's going to be in chaos. So there's some of those I can't even discuss. You understand? Or some could lead to a very serious dynamics with the nuclear warheads. I can't say that either. So there's a few things that I have to keep a sealed mouth on for the sake of humanity, while trying to get you up to speed so you can take on your places. This is not time to hide around or live by inaccuracies or get to dynamics, you know, in terms of nigga this, nigga that, and all that. You got to deal with the absolute truth. That's all. That's the only business you're supposed to be about.
Right, right.
And that you being ordered by God, because it's a God order. Ij, comma j equal to 0 is the only theorem, and it contains all theorems. The I is the materialization, a specific material. The J is the space-time. And the I, therefore, becomes a function of the space-time. Meaning I comes from J.
Got it. So I is a function of J.
Yes, therefore, you know, I come from J. I depends on J.
So they're both equivalent.
Yes, so there's only J, which is God. That's a task of N.
Got it.
And that's God. That's God. And when N is infinity, that's God. That's what God has permitted me, that extraordinary privilege Professor Hawkins never thought was going to be possible. That's what I'm discussing with you right now.
Yeah.
I mean, watching the reality in exact geometric form, which is the ultimate.
Thank you, Professor.
It's hard to believe. We give praise to God. That's why God's name is number 1 there.
Praise God.
Yes. Praise God. Praise God is right. Because it's God Almighty's grand unified theorem. I can categorically say it belongs to God because it's perfect.
So
it's everything, it's every theorem, and it is perfect. And it has a totality of solution. That is what you call heaven. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We're surrounded and touched and energized by God right now.
Precisely. That's why we have so much energy. Ordinarily, if I was preparing some boring European-based kind of mathematics, Sister Agil would have fallen asleep long time. You've been bored to death. You understand? She would have found something better to do than to stay. And you know, none of you have been. I mean, look how long you've all stayed.
I don't even know.
You all
Because
understand?
time is just, I don't even know what time it is. It's
Exactly.
just,
So, see, time dilates when you're talking with the Creator.
That's true.
We're having a communication with the Creator right now. It's a feel of heaven because we're speaking God's language. God listens to us.
It's a privilege.
oh yeah.
Stephen Hawking called it like that. He says, that extraordinary privilege, you didn't see how God can give it to any creature. So he bowed out of the search for the unified theorem. That's in 1991. But GAGUT was already revealed 1990. So again, so you have the equation. If all God gave to black people was the equation, that was already profound, way out of proportions. Nothing that has never been seen before. So when brothers, Kaaba talks about Shabaka stone, and, in a way, that's a trivialization of this huge stuff. It's the biggest. So when you say, yeah, Oyibo is like another nigger, so they go to the weakest nigger and say, well, is that what you mean Oyibo is? But then that's what represents the black race. That's what has been going on for 2,500 years. They take the very weakest and say, that's us.
Yeah.
That's a ghettoization. So first count is to say everybody is the same. So they're not going to go to the strongest. They go to the weakest and say, oh, you're all the same, so I'll take this one. This is what you are.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all understand?
Oh yeah.
That endangers the life of the people. So, but you understand, but that is supposed to discourage the engagement with our people. I could go and find some kind of tower and stay there and say, yeah, man, I'm the genius you all will not understand, so I will not talk to you. Because of fear that, what's going on with Kaba and Valentine and a lot more. I was on one radio station and they shut down the radio station and say, well, we can't deal with what you're saying. And they shut down the radio, the broadcast. But that makes GAGUT more powerful. Mm-hmm. This shows their lack of understanding. That doesn't diminish GAGUT, it makes GAGUT more powerful.
So this surpasses the Shabaka stone and all that foolishness.
You understand. So, but it simply shows this is the totality. You understand? The totality, you can't compare with a little bit. It's just like making a mistake, in other words, yes, you're going to find anything that makes sense, that especially when it is truly, really correct. Every piece of that, like 2 plus 1, is like saying, yeah, because, 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0.
Yeah.
Comes out of GAGUT means that the person who knows 2 plus 1 minus 3 knows the entirety of GAGUT. In 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, knows all of GAGUT already. That's what, no one said, yeah, finding what is correct in the Shabaka stone out of GAGUT does not mean the reverse is true in terms of, therefore, Shabaka stone must be everything. See, symbolically, you could find an equivalence, but the understanding of it is a different ball game altogether. For one thing, 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0 is not something people really understand what it means. If you ask people to prove it, they can't. They say, what do you mean, prove it? It is correct.
Yeah.
They can't really go. I can stand on my foot. When I was presented at ABU, I gave the proof just like that, and the mathematicians understand it is a proof. Mm-hmm. Okay? Because it hinges on, on the symbol, addition symbol. What does the addition symbol means? So it is through that process, but this happens every time in mathematics. When you talk about differentiation, people do it robotically. They have no clue what is going on. The same with addition.
No, I didn't either until you explained it. It's based on that 0, how that 0 is pulling things.
Absolutely.
That 0 is like a force.
So therefore you have to be a born mathematician. God has to You have to say it has to be created by God. It's not something you pick up, because you give a test and tell people to add, yeah, you're going to get, but ask them to prove, do they understand what they're doing? They don't know. It's a geometry. They don't, you know, so yeah, what you cram up to get a good grade in test is cannot be equated with you understanding what's going on. Most of the things that people are tested on, a la Jim Crow, it's all memory work. They cram up things robotically and then they present all that and they get good grades. That's not understanding. You have to be born with, you know, created by God to understand. That's the real intelligence. And it's about proving, which is how you verify a truth. You prove it. Correct. You have to have the ability of proving the truth. So it becomes your responsibility. It's not about us. I found it in a book. So, which is the whole dynamics of religion. Because something's written in some book you don't even know the author of. But because somebody tells you it comes from God, you believe it.
Yeah.
And then you know, so you're not taking responsibility. You say, but it comes from somebody, prophet, so and so say this. On the contrary, when I teach you GAGUT, I ask you to take responsibility for it. When I show you how 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to that, prove it over to you. I say, look, you have to understand it well enough to be able to say, you not just believe it, you can prove it yourself. It becomes a truth you have convinced yourself is an infallible truth, because you can prove it. You all understand? You take responsibility. You can't say, yes, Professor Oyibo told me this. No. Once I've taught you, I'm proving it to you, you have to ask questions to see if you understand, and you can independently prove it yourself. Once you've done that, it becomes part of your soul. Then you've risen to the higher notch.
And it becomes a real active understanding, because once you have GAGUT, you have that you'll have the active understanding, like you'll have real intelligence, because that 0 is part of the basis for especially that 2 plus 1 minus 3 equals 0.
Yes, absolutely. So that's what we're doing. So now you can see the title. Now, like I said, you know, Clement is a fraud trying to go against GAGUT, but you have to wake up and tell them to shut up. You understand?
Shut up, play.
Yes, you gotta you gotta tell them, and you gotta celebrate this loud enough. Every family must have the 2 books. You know, for attending the briefing, Sister Agile, you're getting like everybody else. You have the journal. The journal this is the journal, part of the journal.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to get it, but you also need the complementing book that's come along with it also.
Okay.
You know, yeah. That's $200. You know, but that you know, so now then you have a complete set.
Oh, okay.
That has to be preserved for every black family. Every black family must have that set, because the prices are going to go up. Just like the first books going up at $1,000. So it becomes not only an investment, and you really don't want to sell it unless you want to become, you know, selling it and make yourself a millionaire, you know, and then, but you only have a set as a reserve, so you don't run out of it, so that, because that legacy has to be kept forever.
Okay.
Within the family. As they grow up, they must have that as a proof. Just like the Shabaka stone, which is what makes Shabaka stone profound, is that, you know, the roaring water waves as being the source of how the creation occurred, materialization occurred, was put on a stone, you know, preserved on a stone. And you're going to, you know, preserve the GAGUT formula on the stone as well. You're going to have it in every possible form the European, the Jim Crows, they're already digitizing the GAGUT books.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. The rest of Michigan and Ann Arbor is doing that.
That's bad.
To the government. So it's not about you invoking something that is untrue in terms of you're too poor. No, you're not poor. That's what this is proved here. You're intelligent. Intelligence is the real currency. Because you can acquire the 10,000 book, and of course from us here, you get a discount. However, but even if you're doing it on, don't go give money to the Jim Crow who is trying to, that's your property.
Yeah.
So, but even if you have to pay the $10,000 for it, you can do it. You just gather a little town with 10,000 people, $1 each. All you need is one copy for that, that population. You have, everybody has access to it already. Do you all understand? So the title should not discourage you. To the contrary, it's good enough that the book that's associated with your race is the most expensive book. That defines your value. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So you'll be going against your value by trying to ask for a decrease in that price that defines your value. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Just like the Germans will not go out of their way to ask for the Mercedes Benz to be sold at $1 in order for them to afford it. On the contrary, they feel the pride of Mercedes Benz being one of the most expensive automobile.
Yeah.
Because it defines the value of what it is to be a German. And their slogan is, over 100 years ago, the Germans made the first car. And today, nobody has made anything better.
Oh.
And they have the price to prove that. Because people are willing to pay top dollar for the Mercedes Benz. Not only that, they took over the Rolls Royce as well. Rolls Royce was another car that was competing with Mercedes. So they took that over. It also has their name associated with it. That's what you should be doing, because whatever Germans were doing before, that's what you're supposed to be doing right now. So it is ironically a wrong thing for you to wish the GAGUT prizes, GAGUT book prizes, or the briefing to be cheaper, because the cheaper that is, the cheaper the race goes.
Yeah.
You want something that's associated with black people to be highly priced. That is a measure of your value.
I'm investing in the briefing.
Exactly. That's the way to go.
It's worth it.
Yeah, because see, that's how the Europeans do with Harvard. You don't see them saying, hey, let's bring the price, for acquiring Harvard education to $2. You don't see anybody pushing that. Instead, to combat it, what they do is to raise scholarship to send their kids in there. Do you all understand? This is real. This is important. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
You never see non-black saying the tuition for Harvard should be dropped down to 0. You never see that, because it cheapens their essence. Harvard costs $100,000 to go to. Wow, it must be. That automatically is supposed to show the quality of it. It's not necessarily true, but it's a propaganda way of showing that. And you see that. So it makes it exclusive. And so makes their standing exclusive. Is that dynamics? You all understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see now, so anyway, you see the paper was submitted May 28, 2010. The formalized solution, the general solution exists in 1990. So, and by number one, and calling the grand unified theorem already verifies, they already understand all solutions to problems. Every problem in mathematics is in there. Because that's what the grand unified theorem says. And the proof of it is the only basis it could become number one where it was located. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So therefore, it was submitted and accepted in about in November
30th.
November 30th. Okay? Now, so, and published. So what happened is, in terms of isolating that particular solution to this problem from the general solution given in GAGUT in terms of eta sub 0, eta sub n, that happened 2010. But the actual the general solution existed since 1990. So the abstract says God Almighty's grand unified theorem, which infallibly prove that all theorems and all equations that represents all these theorems originate out of one invariant Gi, having orthogonal components Gij with a divergence of Gij comma j equal to 0, has revealed hold on. Okay, has revealed and proven the GAGUT invariant. Are you there?
Yeah.
GAGUT invariant. G2j as a function of eta sub 0. That's how we decoded, isolated the solution from the general solution eta sub n. By matching, like I showed you earlier, the parameters of n, we determine the value of n, which is 0. Out of eta sub n is equal to 0, which is eta sub 0, comes out s. Okay, that's over here. So the s which they were using the rate zeta function comes out of one specific eta of n, which is when n is 0. Out of that, you can find the s here by making G001 and G01I. S will come out of it. But that's where the solution to the Riemann hypothesis lies. We selected it from eta sub n. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So constructing the actual function then becomes putting the parameters of the function itself, from where you get invariant becomes minus or negative eta sub 0 multiplied by logarithm. That's ln stands for logarithm. You don't have to just go with the flow. All that you've been shown is geometry.
Okay.
Eta sub 0 multiplied by natural log of 2 plus natural log, that's what ln stands for, of u as a function of eta sub 0 multiplied by e, that's exponential, to power I times 2j plus 1 pi. Now I know with the mathematics background that is sounding way out for you, but that's okay. What's important is the concept of an invariant. This is an invariant. Yes.
That 2j plus 1, you said that no matter what number you put in there, it'll be a prime number, right?
It will be an odd number.
Odd number.
Number.
But because the number itself would, a j represents a variable, which could be any number. Any number that you put in that 2j plus 1 expression will be odd.
But all
Provided that j is a whole number or a positive integer. I mean,
Okay.
Could be primarily positive.
yeah, positive or negative, but it's an integer. Okay.
Thank you.
Or a whole number. Okay.
For that, John.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
John, thanks, Mr. You're welcome, Mr. Anderson.
So what happens is, as long as j is a whole number or an integer, 2 times any number is an even number. You add 1 to it, it's always odd. You all understand? Sahar, do you understand?
Yes, I thought that was profound.
Yes. Well, because prime numbers, except with the exception of 2, they are all odd numbers. So the first thing you're going to deal with in terms of the godliness of this is one of the major reasons Riemann hypothesis is important is because prime numbers show up in the solution to Riemann, to zeta function, zeros. And they have no clue what is the source of why they're getting the prime numbers. GAGUT automatically explains that because this is part of the solution. This invariant has all prime numbers, with the exception of 2, because they are all a subset. When you write all the odd numbers, out of that you're going to find all the prime numbers, with the exception of 2. You all understand?
Okay.
So people go into this and they're talking about, searching for the Riemann hypothesis solution, and they have no idea how it relates. But in GAGUT, it shows immediately. You start talking about odd numbers, and that automatically, that comes directly out of GAGUT, automatically. So this is the infallible solution to the zeta function zeros. All that needs to be identified is the independent variable. This is eta sub 0, out of which s comes in when you specialize g00 to be 1 and g01 to be I. You get this is 1 here and then I, y. That is what s is. But it comes from a bigger, more generalized function of eta sub 0, including when g00 is not 1 and g01 is not just I, it could be any other stuff. That only comes out of GAGUT because no other mathematician has that kind of general function, because they thought dealing with this is totally different from dealing with the special case, which is S. They don't know they all belong in one family, represented by eta sub 0. And that, that particular S is just a little subset of this here. You understand? Everything is compressed. But what is profound for a mathematician that has a little more knowledge of geometry is that this invariant, since this has to be 0, that's what it says, G2j must be 0. That's why it's called invariant. Do you understand?
Yes.
Invariant means it doesn't change. 0 is one such invariant. So because it's 0, this becomes an invariant. Out of that invariant spells a geometry that automatically show you how Riemann hypothesis made his guess. Y'all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Sister Agil, how you doing?
I'm here.
All right.
Following you.
What we'll do is we will reach some point, and you could come back at the end of the month.
Uh-huh.
Continue your, getting started with your learning process. This is the highest level of mathematics, so it shouldn't surprise you that you haven't, you understand something. You find something a little challenging. That should not be unexpected. You understand?
Yeah.
Because so you bring Brother Kaba here, you have no clue. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah, I realize that.
Okay, so but it doesn't mean you can't have a clue. But you have to know where you are right now, so you begin the process of how you get a clue. You all understand? Yes. So the dynamics reduces to one of, okay, you don't know, but you know that you don't know. So then that knowledge that you don't know gives you the motivation to begin learning and to begin the process where you have to know. You understand?
You become familiar with information.
Yeah, so you know your bearing where you are. It's like this whole Sankofa thing, it's kind of aspect of that, because you have to know where you are before you make a decision on how you're going to move from where you are. But if you don't have your bearing, you understand, you are lost. So in many ways, because Calvin says, gee, I'm not a mathematician. But if you're not a mathematician, that's the minimum requirement for you to even say you're talking the same language as Oyibo. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So you can't all of a sudden go from not being a mathematician and say you are on level of Oyibo. You pray you lost your mind? Right. That's a ghettoization, and you understand where you're going to go with that. You see, then the harbor takes you and say, gee, Brother Kawa, you want to say, okay, better to deal with you. And then they ask you, what does this mean? Then you're stranded. You become an embarrassment to yourself and your people. You all understand?
Yeah.
So, but that it was designed not to slow us down. Because they know that will guarantee a ghettoization, a kind of that, and slow us down. The enemy is looking for that. Okay? And then if that's not enough, then they pay to come and fake a solution. You all understand?
Yes.
So from Kava to Valentine to it's all designed to keep us spinning the wheel and get in the mud. Yeah. But GAGUT is too powerful for that. So
that's right.
You understand? So we reach out and try to touch everyone.
Yeah.
Because you can't get to this not ghettoizable, because it's the highest level is heaven. You can't stop people from going to heaven. Only God has the power to put people on the path of heaven. So this is a solution that takes you to a higher level on your path of heaven. Because heaven is characterized by a state of existence where there are no problems, or the very minimal problems. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
So anytime you're looking at a solution to, especially to a problem that they consider to be difficult, that is your pathway to heaven. Because you understand the solution to one big problem, it makes you that closer to heaven. And by extension to God. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when Professor that scripture says Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, that's coming from a caste system that has been disrespecting black people for centuries. Now says Oyibo is closer to God. That's an inversion of the whole caste system.
Yeah.
Because the black people, which is what I am, is supposed to be, you understand? The Dravidians, in terms of the Dalits, are even supposed to have, some kind of wavy hair. So in their mind, they're supposed to be slightly better than the black people without wavy hair.
Yeah.
So But I am from the black people without the wavy hair, and I'm on top of everything else.
And you're closer to God.
Therefore, I'm closer to God. So that's the turning the caste system upside down.
I know. Oh.
That's what we're dealing with here. But you see some of the evidence. This problem has been considered to have no solution, but you look, I like you to put your finger through the G2j. So you can feel it to see you have seen the solution to the Riemann hypothesis. You can touch it. Can you put your hand on that on the screen?
Yeah, I can put my hand.
Yeah, put on the G2j solution. Put your finger through that, and then the equal sign, and then the minus eta sub 0. And then natural log of 2. Put your finger to it. And your brain is taking the image of it and you seeing it.
Oh, okay.
That is you touching reality.
All right.
100 and, what is it, 150 years?
Yes, yeah, when it was solved, it was 31 years. It's 1990. But by the time it was formally written up, it becomes 152, 151, 152 years.
Wow.
You understand?
Yeah.
But it's here. You're looking at it, faith you right on. It's not like a Kwame Enoch that is set up to tell you fraud and say, gee, he solved the problem. How did you solve it? He has no idea. But it was put up by the BBC to go against this. But you have to use a black face. So this is the dynamics. That's why this is important. It's an extraordinary privilege that you are listening to this today.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Praise God is right, because the Harvard professors are waiting for you for this to be stolen. They don't have anything else. They have no brains to understand this. They still have no brains to find a solution. So when it came out from GAGUT, they know it's there. So they have to hire blackface to put in some dirt in it. And they're ready to, in other words, when he says he has solved the problem, he didn't provide you with any solution. You're supposed to be too dumb to understand. Why? You understand? They didn't even give you an opportunity. Where is the solution? That means he had no solution. So he had to use a big word to say he solved it so that he can come back and steal this and say, yeah, this is what he was talking about all along, because he didn't show you anything. So you have to know that to know he's a fraud. You all understand?
Okay.
When I say God revealed the solution to me, I'm sure you are looking at it.
I want to know what's I would ask him, what's your equation, and then what's your solution?
He has none. If he has, he will show you. Nobody, if you have something, I have it, I'm showing you, right? Where do you see me shine from it? Right?
There's no modesty over here.
There's absolutely no modesty. There's no room for modesty. Modesty is a fraud. If you have a solution, show it.
Right.
And then defend it. Do you all understand?
Yes.
It is so elegant. It is unbelievable. That's what the professor said, one of my teachers.
Right.
Professor Luchin says, you know, he's thrilled that Professor Oyibo was the first person to solve a problem that intrigued and challenged Professor Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And then he said,
moreover, he did so in such an elegant manner.
Yes, moreover, he did so in mathematically elegant manner. This is mathematical elegance. What you're saying, that's part of it. This is a solution to a problem. People still believe there's no solution, but you're looking at it in the eye. And if you understand more geometry, you will see the correctness of it. In terms of this represents a mapping from eta sub 0 space logarithmically to a U space, which is standard. Things you learn in what is called a complex variable. So when this invariant is presented as a solution, if you have a knowledge of geometry, you can see the truth right in there. It is amazing. as a geometer is the prettiest thing. So what I'm going to do tonight is to go from here, go over the conclusion quickly, and then give you the picture. And then the mathematical analysis that is required, that's going to require more of your understanding. And a piece of history, you have to come back for that at the end of the month.
Okay.
You all understand? Because you understand, I can see that it's too much to be given in one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Sister?
I agree. Yes, I do.
Yes. You know, we have to, it's enough for you to understand a couple of things. One, that by revealing the theorem for everything, and by proving it through providing the solution to that theorem, it automatically solves every problem, past, present, and future.
Yeah.
That's one thing you need to understand today.
Right.
And secondly, out of that general solution comes a specific solution to the Riemann hypothesis as given by that equation over there. You don't have to understand the geometry yet, but at least you have something that is presented as a solution to the Riemann hypothesis. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it is not a hand waving. You have seen an equation that is presented as a solution to Riemann hypothesis.
Yeah.
It is not like a Oyibo that says he solved the problem and he has no equation to show you. Do you understand?
Yes.
So now the next question is, okay, is this equation that's presented as a solution to Riemann hypothesis correct? But you've passed a Oyibo's level. We had a student from Yale, although BBC claimed Oyibo had some support from Austria, Germany, but he didn't show what was the support. Especially, they didn't say how he solved the problem. In other words, is the so-called solving of the problem disproves the Riemann hypothesis, or, you know, the date proved it? It wasn't indicated. That's how you know it's a fraud.
Okay.
That's hand waving. That's insulting your intelligence. GAGUT refused to deal with you on that level. GAGUT shows you what GAGUT calls a solution.
GAGUT did both. GAGUT both proved it and disproved it a little
Precisely. But so far, what you've seen is, you understand, a solution invariant is a solution. And it's proven. It is we have to be an idiot to disagree with it. It's consistent with the nature of GAGUT itself, which is a revelation from God. So that's why we could say it's God Almighty's grand unified theorem. Okay? Unified theorem, GAGUT, G.I.J., J equal to 0, which infallibly prove that all theorems, and finding a solution to the Riemann hypothesis is a theorem. You're looking for a theorem. So the specific proof comes from eta sub 0. And the specific invariant, that is the G2j, is this here. It's so godly. You feel heaven once your eyes open to the understanding of the geometry. Because an infallible truth. You all understand?
Yes.
In addition, what makes Riemann hypothesis popular and famous and important is the prime numbers. You could even see the prime numbers embedded in the solution without sweating, without going too deep. Can you see that?
Yes.
If Riemann hypothesis is important because of, you know, the prime numbers, you can see all of the prime numbers that are subset, except for one prime number, that's 2. The rest of the prime numbers are subset of odd numbers, and you have all odd numbers in here. So it is very credible. All you need to have a background of Riemann hypothesis are being associated with prime numbers, and you see that in this solution gives you a feeling this is, you know, this has credibility. You understand? So now, but again, as a layperson, try to see what you really need now is you being presented with something to relate to with your regular intelligence. You don't have to be quantitative because you're going by general dynamics right now. In other words, you know enough to know that a definition of a prime number. So when they say the solution to Riemann or Riemann is about prime number, and you have something that is, you know, presented as a solution, and you can see prime number, that is 1 plus. So that's a general logic, you know, that gives you a feeling of confidence in this development as a credibility. So that's all embedded in here. So then you go now into even how this one can be proven to make sense. It's in here from the function itself. The function itself, as a result of this invariant, is reduced to a simplified function. It's a miracle. Absolute miracle. And this can be proven to come out of this. You know, it's just 2 terms, because when this is 0, this means this also says this is 0. So what you do is you take this to the other side, and it becomes a minus over there. And what happens is you take a logarithm of both sides. What will be similar to this? So it has this invariant when this is 0. In other words, this invariant applies when you look, you know, when the zeta function is 0, which is the zeros of zeta function, which is what this. So that is consistent. This is a miracle. So from there, then you go on now to the general conclusion using that invariant and what this implication is with zeta function. This is the problem has challenged everyone. So with the solution being here, Jim Crow wants to pay some blackface who don't know any better in order to steal it, which is what you have to take up in interest of your children or your grandchildren. You all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So go to the next page. And I have to go a little slow so you can grasp some basic things. You know, now this is abstract. Now you understand, you know, I wish I can get a confirmation that you've gotten some of the general ideas of what I'm presenting so far with regards to the Riemann hypothesis. Can you all tell me if you have some little understanding right now what I'm dealing with here in terms of the solution so far?
Yeah, you got the S, and then you got the eta sub 0, and you got the U space. I think you're gonna map them, you're gonna transform them, and then find the zeros.
Yes, well, that's basically, you know, so, but first you have to get an invariant, because invariant is what solves the theorem, or, you know, is how you solve the problem. The invariant is the totality, because now the results come out of, as a result of that invariant, it has of, you know, G2j is a invariant. By the nature of that invariant, these following conclusions, you know, come out, which is number 1, Riemann zeta function as RZF defined for real part of S is greater than 1 or X is greater than 1 represents what is called the convergent subset of zeta function, ZF, given by zeta function of S where S is a complex variable, as n the number of terms of the zeta function approaches infinity. So that's one thing that comes out of that set of the invariant, the G2j invariant.
Professor, one of those functions converge, but one doesn't, right? The correct one, it shows convergence, right?
Which function do you mean? You mean etas of, G2j?
Yeah, I mean, like, you have the Riemann zeta function, then you have the zeta function. Only the zeta function converges.
Yes, the Riemann zeta function converges.
Okay.
Okay, but the zeta function also converges,
But one is real and one is imaginary, right?
Well, one is a subset. Yeah, one is a subset of the other. Zeta function is the full set, is the full thing, and it has, certain part where it converges and certain parts it doesn't converge. That's the overall zeta function. The Riemann zeta function only is defined for where the zeta function is convergent, which is greater than when x is greater than 1. You understand?
That's the correct one. That's a little over to the right, right?
Yeah, that's right. The interval is to the right. And that's the region where zeta function converges. But the Riemann zeta function is not defined elsewhere other than when the convergent. That's why it's called the convergent subset of zeta function. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's, but it's something is you have a good idea. But that's a difference between, in other words, Riemann zeta function is a subset of the zeta function itself. And that's in the domain where the real part is greater than 1. So you're not defining the function for anywhere else other than when it is greater, which is to the right.
And that's correct. The other one is less than 1, and that's the one that's wrong.
When you have the 1/2 answer, that is less than 1, which is, it satisfies the condition, but it's not an actual 0.
Absolutely. Because
you're looking for 1.25.
Yeah, that is where the real 0 is.
That is greater than 1, and it's one of the zeta zeros.
And it's a shock to the rest of the world because they had already concluded that region to have absolutely no zeros.
Right.
So that's a shock that you understand.
And you guys already mapped about 400 of those zeros?
Yes. John programmed 400 terms, all the terms of the equation,
that deals specifically with the graphs.
Yes, that's for plotting the graph, because you got to find the solution. In other words, what was presented is to give people a proof that there are zeros there, but it's a limiting process. And sister, Sister Agile, I think you need some sleep, don't you? Yes, you gotta get some sleep today, and we could send you your book, the journal, and then by the time, but you have enough now to at least open the book.
Yeah.
So that we have to give praise to God for that.
And don't be afraid of the mathematics.
Yeah.
The whole point is that Jim Crow doesn't present the mathematics as GAGUT presents it. We will break down all the fancy symbols that are there.
Okay.
They're just symbols, like letters. You're not scared of words or letters that make up words. You shouldn't be scared of symbols that make up mathematical equations or formula.
No.
They're all nothing but
a language.
Yes, and a compression of facts.
Yeah, it's a language that I have to learn.
Yes, but you're learning now.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So you understand. But and believe me, it's all about geometry. That's what GAGUT, teaches us, is that mathematics is all about geometry. I mean, GAGUT math is all geometry, and it's extremely beautiful. But it's also the knowledge of everything, because everything's about space-time, which is geometry. But you understand, this is heaven. Yeah. So you're preparing to get into heaven. First, you have to begin to sing the language of heaven. Right. Which is the truth. You have to learn the truth. And, so that's so we began the process. Now, we're dealing with, now you talk about zeta function, then we're going to go next time into, we have to go, then you'll get a geometry. What we like to show you is, by the grace of Almighty God, is the geometry in terms of the actual picture of the solution, what makes it infallible. Do you understand? Yeah. In other words, you have the toughest math problems, the solution to be an infallible geometry that you could relate with. That's what makes it a miracle. You all understand?
Yeah.
Professor, you defined intelligence as a part of it is based on perception and based on pictures and based on being able to see. And then in the Riemann hypothesis, you provide a picture of a mapping. Absolutely. Of points.
It comes from the concept of morphisms. Yes. Morphisms are a fancy word meaning equations. And as I was going over in the introduction of the broadcast today with Ms. Edgehill and Uzogara, unfortunately he couldn't stay on for the rest of the broadcast, he and Ms. Edgehill I was presenting the point of the more of the ability of an organism to be able to map realities in terms of the equations, the more that they're able to map onto brains or to a mathematical space like polymorphisms do, the more intelligent that creature is.
Absolutely.
Polymorphisms, therefore, it can be seen as a measure of intelligence. In other words, we as humans, we say to be above other animals because we have the intelligence to observe and to actually critically and observe and solve problems in terms of, we don't just see a problem, we can actually resolve it if we have the proper intelligence and are using it properly. That comes about through polymorphisms. Professor Oyibo has been blessed with infinite number of polymorphisms, which means all polymorphisms God has permitted in the brains of Professor Oyibo.
That's where this explanation is coming from. That's where this problem was solved. This problem no human being had a clue about.
Thank you.
But you see, God revealed it to me, and I'm breaking it down for you to understand. That's what's a miracle. If anybody told you that you could be listening to a presentation of the solution to the toughest math problem and not having a background in mathematics, you would never believe it's possible. Isn't that right?
Yes. Without getting a headache, because I've heard lectures before GAGUT on quantum theory and all these other things where they explain, and I swear to God, at the end, I'm talking 30 lectures on iTunes University, and I was none the wiser at the end. I mean, just maybe a tad bit, but none the wiser.
Because that's a theory, not a theorem. Quantum theory has been reduced to just one page in the GAGUT book.
Absolutely.
Along with string theory.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, so but it's enough for you to understand the preciousness of what we're dealing with. This is something that, was taught, only Harvard professors can read it. And I'm going over with you right now, and you're picking up something. That's an act of God. You all understand?
Praise God.
Harvard professor, you praise God is right. Cambridge professors can't understand this.
Wow.
But you're getting a sense, because I'm telling you in ordinary language what is going on. And let you build your geometry to begin understanding the flow of things. That's what we're doing right now. But it must be appreciated because it's an extraordinary opportunity. Jim Crow was counting, you will never be able to discuss this topic.
Oh, yeah?
But you're talking about it right now. You're looking into the heading, you're seeing all kinds of things, you're seeing realities. In the process, you're building up your confidence, something you are supposed to have lost. God bless you.
God bless you.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet you're going through it.
Yeah.
So, but you need to help to bring the other brothers and sisters in. Because the bigger the number, the better we are. In terms of,
Get more support.
exactly.
And did Hearn hear about the GAGUT Yale factor?
Did you hear that, Brother Sai?
No.
Okay, well, the GAGUT Yale factor is what God has ordered. All evaluations have been done to black people to be corrected, with. In other words, every documentation of our values and our essence has been corrected by Jim Crow through using a 3/5 concept. They diminish our value to just 60%. They take off 40% of our value. So God forced them to return that back to us, at least some of it, through GAGUT. That's what forced the Yale studies. So in the Yale studies, they're able to determine that the way to correct it is to use the GAGUT Yale factor. So if you get the raw data from Jim Crow, where they have the European bias and everything else except Yale study, there's a European bias in every evaluation of the black people. So what you do is to take that raw European bias record or value and multiply by 28/19, and you'll get something that's closer to the truth.
Okay.
Do you understand that, Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn?
Yes, I do.
You sure?
Yeah, like I think you were explaining, and John was explaining to me, Muhammad Ali, and
Yes,
and how he needed to be added on to his IQ.
absolutely. He's supposed to be close, in other words, they claim his IQ was 78. Okay? So if we use, the exact figure is 28/19. But it's also roughly about 5/3. Okay? Because you up the 28 to 30 and then lower, because that is expected. They would never overestimate the black people. So if they want to say 28, it could be as much as 30 or more. You understand?
Yes.
Because they have a tendency of diminishing the black people's evaluation intelligence.
I heard you say one time it can be up to 1 million.
Oh no, certainly, because mine is infinity.
Right.
Mine is infinity. So because what you see, they have that given, because what was done by them is to recognize that we are the most intelligent race. Now, but in doing so,
But wait, Professor, before that it was okay, yeah, black people are the oldest human beings based on bones being found in Ethiopia.
yes,
But then when GAGUT came along, then they really got the shock of their life.
absolutely. That's part of what we're going to. So in the process, even though it's kind of difficult, you're picking up how God revealed the solution to the most difficult person, to a black man, the same black man that has been considered the most intelligent. And as you can see, I'm presenting it right in front of you and taking you through. You understand? That's what we call on. I don't need the Jim Crow's help because he has no clue what I'm talking about. But you could feel it because you share my genes. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And Jim Crow in the cryptic message expressed concern about it. It says, what if Oyibo teaches black people GAGUT in a mode they cannot participate? Then what? They lament over that as well.
Yeah, I like when you say that they're lamenting. So they're crying through the whole thing.
Very much so, very much so. So one of the most serious points for you is to really understand this and begin to pursue it with the vigor that it deserves. Because this is the best gift you can ever get. And heaven can occur without dying. Y'all understand?
Yes.
Heaven can occur without dying.
You don't need to die to go to heaven.
Hey.
Life is precious.
Life is very precious. It's our weakness to like to die before we go to heaven. No, no, no. You get it right here. All you need is to solve problems. And all solutions to problems are given here. So this is the beginning of heaven. This is the bottom line. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we praise God for. So, by the grace of Almighty God, towards the end of the month, we're going to revisit this and we're going to ship your journal, Sister Agil.
Okay.
And then you prepare to get, you see the shipment, and then you see when you could pick up the other book because it's complementary. And like Sarah Hearn knows how they complement each other, right, Sarah Hearn?
Yeah.
Wonderfully.
Yes.
Wonderfully.
Yes. And you're getting it at the cheapest price.
Good.
And as time goes on, it is it's easy to expect it's going to go on the same path as the other GAGUT books that have. So you want to come in at a low end, a low point. That's the whole dynamics, because this also the financial empowerment as well. So you need to get into the business of selling the GAGUT books and other products.
Okay.
And rebuild the Black Wall Street again. Because of the stock, the other people who come in, they want to be participant in the GAGUT stock. You understand? This is not a joke. Like I said, there are a few things I can't even talk about because otherwise the economies of the world are going to crash.
Oh.
Do you understand? That's how much power there is.
Yeah.
So we give praise to God, and you all get some sleep, and then we ship your book.
Okay.
And while you put an order for the second complimentary book,
Yeah.
and then we wait on till the end of the month for the the part of the presentation in terms of going over this. Make sure you get a sense of it.
Yeah.
And then sing Hallelujah, God, you're the greatest song for
Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Praise God. Thank you for the lecture.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Thank you, Mr.
God is a
Thank
great
you,
God.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Edgehill.
Thank you, John.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
I hope you dream about your creator and give thanks to the creator, and let's sing God's tune,
And
okay?
remember to demonstrate the power God has blessed you with in the election for this today.
Tomorrow. Yeah,
Well,
today. Yeah,
it's
that's
tomorrow for you, but today for us.
yeah. So you get some sleep and get ready for that election. Go in and vote your conscience. Now between the two candidates, I gave you the breakdown of things. They all second class. I got to two candidates, but Hillary Clinton has actually made a presentation of GAGUT. He didn't really. Hollins didn't allow her to accomplish a whole lot, but he made a presentation that gave her acquaintance with GAGUT. Okay, but by virtue of him being German, would have no choice but to understand what Göttingen means. They understand, and you're going to take him up on that basis. So all these documents are very critical for you to have. The book has some of this documentation also in the book as well. Y'all understand?
Okay.
I'm voting for GAGUT.
Huh?
I'm voting for GAGUT.
Praise God.
Praise God. Praise God.
it.
All right. So let's do the praising of God in the practical terms. Let it show in our lives in terms of the preciousness, the ultimate preciousness of life of Christians. Blessed with that word God bless us with. Okay?
Thank you.
Great. Happy night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.